I'm just really lost for words.
Another violent weekend in Baltimore, leaving a 12-year-old dead, 2 other minors shot. What we're learning led up to the bloodshed. Plus, as we head into the summer months, many now looking at solutions when it comes to juvenile crime. Why some say a curfew for minors will not work.
We're on our way to cooler temperatures for this week. That wind kicking up as well. We'll break down your forecast coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us on this Monday, April 17th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast. Saw some rain moving through overnight.
Yeah, and a couple of leftover showers, Meg. That's about it. But right now we are seeing drier conditions, and that's going to be the case over the next few hours as more of the drier air rolls in. So looking out over the Inner Harbor right now, not much to see here early on your Monday morning. You can see on our HD radar just a few of those showers that passed through the last couple of hours. Most of that rain is well to the north of us at this time. So checking your temperatures, we're in the lower 60s, even some upper 50s right now. Overall, kind of a mild Monday morning is what we're going to be looking at, and a breezy and cooler afternoon. Overall this week, we are going to be staying dry. So out for your morning drive, maybe still some of those wet roads, but by the time you get to that 6 and 7 o'clock hour, things drying out nicely with temps staying in the 50s this morning. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at the roads this morning, we've got your Len Solar Traffic Network, our live camera over Towson showing very light traffic out there, extremely light volume here at this hour. No major issues to report. We do begin this morning in a city in crisis and another violent weekend in Baltimore. Just last night, 3 people, including 2 17-year-olds, were shot in southeast Baltimore. According to police, the shooting happened around 9 last night on Colvin Street. One of the 17-year-old boys was shot in the head. He is in critical condition. The other was shot in the buttocks. He is expected to be okay. And an 18-year-old was shot in the chest. He's also in critical condition. We are working to find out more on their conditions this morning. Anyone with information is asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. The number is right there on your screen. It's 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. This triple shooting comes just 24 hours after the deadly shooting of a 12-year-old boy. According to police, that shooting happened around 9 o'clock Saturday night on Maisel Court in southwest Baltimore. When police arrived, they found the 12-year-old with gunshot wounds. He was taken to the hospital where he was later pronounced dead. Neighbors in that area describing the scene as a war zone.
Like 8 or 10 shots back to back. It did sound like maybe a rifle or something like that.
But he didn't deserve to die that way. Nobody does. And it's a devastating loss to me. I believe that there is a lot of unknown violence that happens out here.
According to police, based off of the shell casings, they believe an assault rifle was used in the shooting.
Weapons that are used in war and should only be used in war are being used on American streets. The streets of Baltimore.
When we talk about these weapons, we're talking about weapons in many cases that in the military, you need months of training to operate.
Police have not yet released the name of that victim. As of this morning, there is no word on a suspect or if this was a random or targeted attack. Fox 45 News spoke with former city prosecutor Thuru Vignarajah about the weekend violence. He says that city leaders need to take actual action opposed to tough talk.
Look, we know that there is a formula to drive down gun violence and repeat violent offenders and juvenile crime. We know it because we did it back a decade ago. We had gotten murders below 200. This wasn't an everyday occurrence. And yet we see our politicians resorting to talking points instead of doing the proactive enforcement, the multi-defendant gang prosecutions, going after those investigations that take a few months to build, but to actually get these gangs and these gun offenders off the streets. Tough talk is just that. And the criminals on the street know that that's not going to result in them being arrested or prosecuted or convicted.
Well, this 12-year-old boy is the latest juvenile to lose his life in Baltimore. On Friday, police identified a 16-year-old killed last week as Cameron Murphy. Fox 45 News reached out to Baltimore City Public Schools to find out more about him. They tell us that Murphy was not enrolled in a city school this year. In March, 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was shot and killed at a park right near his high school. In January, 15-year-old LaRon Henderson was killed just blocks away from Forest Park High School. And just weeks before that, 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey was killed in a shooting right near his high school at the Edmondson Village Shopping Center. Those are just some of the 9 children killed this year. People we spoke with say that they are afraid for the city's young people.
Got kids killing kids out here like they fighting in a war.
Kids feel at this point there's no consequences.
What the kid had to do with it, you know? That's what makes this stuff crazy.
Has pressed the mayor about what he is doing to keep children safe and about his summer crime plan, but he hasn't given us many answers. The mayor did announce the city will start enforcing a curfew starting Memorial Day weekend. That announcement came after 2 teenagers were hurt in a shooting in the Inner Harbor. This happened while hundreds of young people gathered there. Law enforcement experts that we've spoken with say while the curfew isn't a solution to the rising juvenile crime, it's better than nothing.
It's not the solution. It's a tool in the toolbox, and it gives police officers discretion to maybe intervene or not intervene. They can't intervene in every situation. It's not just about police action, police engagement, police action. It can be an opportunity to reduce the likelihood of having young people in harm's way.
I understand the lack of police officers, that we have a shortage of close to 500. But they must be held accountable. We can't just continue to let them run and do everything they want to do.
Well, some people believe a curfew doesn't go far enough, saying that the city should reinstate the controversial stop and frisk, but not everyone agrees.
It is a prevention to many crimes. They had the crowd the weekend before, another crowd. Now you see this, all of this commentary and information on social media. It's a combination of things, and that 100% would have been a voluntary stop.
That advice leads to how departments face class action lawsuits and how they get sued. Simply a large gathering of juveniles is an insufficient reason for the officers to violate everyone's constitutional rights by simply patting everybody down.
Well, the corrupt gun trace task force abused the stop and frisk policy. It's now one of the areas regulated in Baltimore's consent decree. We want to hear from you. Do you think stop and frisk should be reinstated given the recent violence? So far, 92% of voters say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in on this. Still ahead on the early edition, new developments in the war in Ukraine, the prisoners of war that are being returned on both ends. Plus, a cooler day ahead. We've got temperatures in the 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we heat back up. It is 4:37, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
We're 20 minutes in front of 5 o'clock on your Monday morning, waking up with mild conditions. Temperatures mainly in the upper 50s and lower 60s. Wind is going to pick up here a little bit later today, and that's going to help to bring in some cooler and drier conditions. So overall, in your out-the-door cast, grab a light jacket and sunglasses, as that sun will be with us throughout the day today. No need for the umbrella as well. Overall, in your jogging cast, too, our temperatures upper 50s and lower 60s, so mild conditions if you're heading out for your run later this morning. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Turning now to a city in crisis. Take a look at this. Baltimore police say a car crashed into a house along Washington Boulevard right near Pigtown. Officers say the driver had minor injuries. No one else was hurt. It's not clear if that driver is facing any charges or what led up to the crash. Still ahead after the break, a violent weekend in Sudan as tensions there rise. The two military rivals that are fighting for control. Plus, the search is on for the suspect in the shooting at a Sweet 16 birthday party. What we are learning about the victims and an update on those still recovering. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeff Coat. This morning on the National Desk, security leaks allegedly at the hands of a 21-year-old. An IT specialist with unbelievable access to top secret documents. Our Washington insider weighs in this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42 when you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, Senator Amy Klobuchar is voicing hopes that her Democratic colleague, Senator Dianne Feinstein, will return to Capitol Hill, but did note that the 89-year-old's absence is becoming an issue.
If this goes on month after month after month, then she's going to have to make a decision with her family and her friends about what her future holds, because this isn't just about California. It's also about the nation, and we just can't, with this one-vote margin, and expect every other person to be there every single time.
Feinstein has not voted in the Senate since mid-February and remains in California while dealing with a case of the shingles. Only a handful of lawmakers have called on Feinstein to step down, including California Representative Ro Khanna.
Senator Durbin has said that we're not being able to confirm judges every day that goes by because Senator Feinstein is unable to be there. And I just think for the good of the country, for confirming these judges, let's have someone who can vote.
Well, Feinstein previously asked the Senate to appoint a temporary replacement for her on the Judiciary Committee. The senator also announced earlier this year that she will not seek re-election. Well, fighting intensified in Sudan, meantime, as two rival military groups fight for control of that country. Clashes between Sudan's military and the Rapid Support Forces have been reported in at least 7 cities, including the capital, where the two groups are believed to have amassed thousands of fighters each. Sudan's Doctors Committee says more than 60 civilians have been killed in the crossfire, and they are predicting dozens of more deaths among those fighting. Sudan has been under military rule since 2021, when the two groups jointly orchestrated a coup that derailed the country's transition to a democracy. Germany shuts down its 3 remaining nuclear power plants over the weekend. That move fulfills a plan set in motion more than 20 years ago to end the country's reliance on nuclear energy. The 3 reactors were originally due to close last year, but the war in Ukraine and the following energy crisis prompted Berlin to postpone the decision. A strong anti-nuclear movement emerged in the country years ago, gaining traction following that partial meltdown of the 3 Mile Island plant in Pennsylvania and the 1986 Chernobyl catastrophe. Turning now to the war in Ukraine. Ukraine welcoming home roughly 130 prisoners of war who were released in an Orthodox Easter exchange with Russia. That exchange taking place in several stages over the last few days and included mostly privates who were captured on the front lines. According to the Ukrainian government, many of the soldiers suffered concussions and had lost limbs. The Defense Ministry in Moscow says more than 100 Russian POWs have returned home now from Ukrainian captivity. Your time now, 4:47 on a Monday morning. We need to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's going to keep us up to date on what we can expect as we head into a brand new work week.
That's right. We're talking about breezy conditions today, Meg. More of that wind is going to be with us throughout the afternoon, kind of drying us out from some of the rain that we saw over the last couple of days. Our downtown Baltimore shot right now, not much happening. Very dark this morning as we look out over the Inner Harbor. Temperature right at 62, and that wind already kicking up out of the northwest, about 13 to 18 miles an hour. So that's what we're going to see throughout the day today. More of that westerly wind that will be picking up on the backside of this cold front. Couple of light showers here that we've seen the last couple of hours, but most of the rain is moving up well into Pennsylvania, and you can kind of see where that cold front is right there. That is now moving off toward the east. So back behind that, in the wake of the cold front, we get that wind that is going to pick up and will continue to dry us out, also bringing in cooler temperatures throughout the day today. Now, here's a look at your rise and shine cast. Next couple of hours, numbers in the upper 50s and lower 60s, with that sun coming up at 6:27 this morning, to bed tonight at 7:46. And hanging out at Fells there in the 8 o'clock hour, we're talking about numbers right there in the mid to upper 50s. And through noon, our temps right in those mid 60s. Not a bad afternoon today. Again, just have to deal with that wind later this afternoon and numbers that will eventually get close to about 70 into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Not those 80s that we ended up seeing yesterday. Should see less cloud cover around too, so more sunshine expected, with numbers typically in the 60s this time of year. That's right where we're going to be throughout most of central Maryland. Upper 60s for the eastern shore down through Annapolis, and right about 69 in Baltimore City this afternoon. A little cooler in western Maryland with the upper 50s there, and heading down the ocean, looking at numbers there in the mid 60s for Ocean City this afternoon. Taking a look at our temperature tracker, notice our numbers slide a little bit below average for tomorrow. That'll be the coolest day of the next 7, but then those numbers steadily climb. We'll be back to the lower 70s on Wednesday. Those 80s return as early as Thursday, and our warmest day of the week. You can definitely see that little hump right there into the mid 80s on Friday. Let's check our future scan. In terms of rainfall, well, we're not looking for that. We're going to see a few clouds around today. May see a stray shower in western Maryland this afternoon, but overall, all of that wet weather is getting heading out of here. And as we head toward Tuesday and Wednesday, still the wind's going to stay with us for the next couple of days through the middle of the week, but we'll start to see less wind and warmer temperatures as we approach the weekend. Here's that 7-day forecast. So breezy today and tomorrow. Overnight lows will be into the 50s, 71 on Wednesday, then back to the low and mid 80s, warming up nicely. Next chance for rain comes as we head into this upcoming weekend. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Whether it is taking a walk through the park or heading to Camden Yards for an Orioles game, we'd love to see how you're out there enjoying the warm, beautiful weather. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen. That's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and your videos. And this is all powered by Stackla. All right, taking a look at our Len Stoler traffic network now this morning. We've got some of our live cameras pulled up, and my goodness, it's pretty clear out there right now. Extremely light volume with no issues to report. Let's get a check now on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. How's it going, Mark? Good morning.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 505 and 10 train 403 operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC are on time for travel. Light rail link right on schedule in both directions. And Metro Subway link looking good for the commute start out there between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
How could this have happened? I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at the latest fallout from that leak of U.S. intelligence online.
Plus, a family is mourning after a 12-year-old is shot and killed. We're going to hear from neighbors who described the scene as a war zone. It is 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. Developing this morning, new fallout from the leak of classified information on social media. The man accused in the leak is due back in court on Wednesday, the same day lawmakers are expected to be briefed on the matter. In the meantime, many are speaking out about a situation they say has put our country and our allies in danger. We have national correspondent Christine Frizzell reporting more on this.
An arrest has been made, but lawmakers warn the damage has already been done.
You know, what's troubling here is, when you look at the documents that were circulated, that without the care of its handling, these relate to actual real people. The marks on maps are real people, and they can impact people's lives.
The removing, retaining, and disseminating of classified information on social media platforms, allegedly by 21-year-old Jack Teixeira of the Massachusetts Air National Guard, is raising a long list of questions from lawmakers in Washington, since it may have been up and circulating for months.
Why were these documents lying around? Why did this particular person have access to them? Where was the custody of the documents and who were they for?
There was a young kid, a 21-year-old, who had access to classified information, maybe the largest classified leak in recent history. And where was the leadership?
Some Republicans also firing back after Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene suggested Teixeira simply told the truth in his sharing of classified information online.
For any member of Congress to suggest it's okay to leak classified information because you agree with the cause is terribly irresponsible and puts America in serious danger.
That danger, according to Senator Graham and others, is that our allies, as well as other sources on the ground, may be less willing to share intelligence with the United States as a result. The Biden administration so far downplaying those concerns.
What I've heard so far, at least, is an appreciation for the steps that we're taking, and it's not affected our cooperation. I just haven't seen that.
Concerns about military secrets in Ukraine and charges of deficiencies in the U.S. military, now front and center in Washington. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Governor Wes Moore is weighing in on the ongoing debate over the abortion pill on ABC's this week. We know the governor doubled down on an announcement that he made on Friday saying that Maryland will stockpile that drug.
Maryland is going to be a state where we are going to protect reproductive health and reproductive rights. And not only have I instructed our Department of Health to be able to make this decision that we are going to be stockpiling the drug for upwards of 3 years.
Well, developing now, teenagers once again at the center of gun violence. Police are investigating a triple shooting in Northeast Baltimore. Taylor Stewart is live downtown Baltimore with more on this investigation. Sounds like we're going to get to Taylor in just a moment.
Yeah, I don't like a district court judge issuing a national decree, even if I agree with the judge. And what the judge held here is that the Federal Drug Administration didn't follow their own rules.
What is it going to be next? Is that judge going to not like birth control pills? Are we going to have a judge that doesn't like Lipitor? There is a reason that Congress gave FDA the power to make these decisions about safety.
The Supreme Court is now reviewing the Biden administration's request for an emergency stay on the Texas judge's decision. Making headlines now, emotions running high across Minnesota after a deputy was shot and killed Saturday night. According to the Pope County Sheriff's Office, 44-year-old Joshua Owens died after a shooting with a suspect. Owens and two other officers were responding to a domestic violence call at the time. Investigators say the suspect began shooting at the officers as they attempted to arrest him. Making headlines, emotions running high across Minnesota. Again, this was the story we were just telling you about from Minnesota here. Once again, the investigators saying the suspect began shooting at the officers.
Yesterday, April 15th, Pope County law enforcement lost a brother. Our sympathies and love are with Deputy Josh Owens' family and the families of the other deputies and officers involved.
The suspect died in the shooting. One other officer was treated for injuries and released from the hospital. The third was injured but not hospitalized.
Mayor Scott will deliver his State of the City address as crime is out of control. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear from frustrated Baltimore residents.
Rain has moved on. Now we're talking about the wind and cooler temperatures as well. We'll break down your forecast for what we can expect on our brand new work week coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Monday, April 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly when the winds will die down. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Going to take a couple of days, basically. Yeah, next few days we're going to be talking about breezy conditions. Rain, done. So we're not talking about that. Dry conditions, but that wind is going to be with us here and also ushering in some of those cooler numbers. So looking outside right now over the Inner Harbor, everything is nice and calm now. We are seeing a little bit of wind that's picked up, but most of that rain is well to the north of us, moving up toward Pennsylvania. So still some wet roads out there. Temperatures still pretty mild around the region here. You can see 60 in Baltimore, 58 in Philly, 69 in Salisbury, hanging on to some of those warmer conditions. Here's a look at our weather story. Mild Monday morning, breezy and cooler for the afternoon, and overall we are staying dry this week. So Mr. Bo says no issues here. Temperatures in the mid to upper 50s over the next few hours on your morning drive.
Coming up on 501 now, we begin this morning in a city in crisis and yet another violent weekend in Baltimore.
4 people were shot, leaving a 12-year-old dead and 2 other minors injured.
The violence comes as the mayor prepares to give his State of the City address tonight, where he is expected to recognize his department's accomplishments so far. But critics say the mayor could be doing more.
Now we have live team coverage in a city in crisis. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us with more details on the death of the 12-year-old and how neighbors are describing the scene.
But we begin with Olivia Dance this morning, and she is joining us with a preview of the mayor's State of the City address tonight. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right. Mayor Scott will deliver his State of the City address at 7:30 this evening. And while we expect him to highlight the accomplishments of his administration, many residents that we spoke to are feeling hopeless with the current state of Baltimore. Take a listen to their concerns.
Got kids killing kids out here like they fighting in a war.
Nothing in this city is being accomplished. It's falling apart. For one, it's more guns on the street than it is police. They're cutting programs, they're cutting funding, and then they expect us to come back out here in society and win.
As you just heard, residents have many concerns about the state of the city, from the violence to the leadership of Baltimore. Fox 45 News asked residents who they blame for the problems, and some said the leaders, while others said parents. The mayor's State of the City address will take place at Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center. He will also be joined by council members. So, of course, it'll be interesting to see if he addresses any of residents' concerns. And you can get the latest updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
This month, Baltimore City has seen more than a murder each day. And over the weekend, yet another young person falling victim to gun violence. Taylor Stewart is joining us live with the latest on the 12-year-old who was shot and killed over the weekend. Taylor.
That's right, Patrice. Tom, just 12 years old. Baltimore police confirming he died from a gunshot wound over the weekend. Now, he is the city's 9th juvenile victim so far this year. Now, according to investigators, they're still trying to piece together exactly what happened along Mossiel Court and Hollands Ferry Road Saturday after 9 p.m. But based off the shell casings they found, they say that the shooter likely used a high-caliber assault rifle in this attack. Now, this comes on the heels of a curfew announcement from the mayor. The law enforcement experts we spoke with, Dr. Tyrone Powers, he says it's hard to say whether or not the curfew could have saved this young boy's life, but he says it certainly could have changed how parents, police, and teenagers are forced to respond to overnight gun violence.
This horrific number of young people who are being hurt, shot, harmed in the city. Young person shot down with a semi-automatic machine gun. I mean, this is craziness. It's a message to parents that there is a curfew, and many parents will enforce that curfew themselves once they know it's in place. So you're taking young people who may not have been involved in crime or actions out of harm's way, because now the parents are aware that there is an issue and that there is a need for the child to be in the house.
Now, over the weekend, an outpouring of support for this young boy and his family has gone up. We've seen multiple people post about this, but we'll tell you in the next half hour about another shooting, a triple shooting that also impacts juveniles. That's coming up at 5:30. Taylor Stewart in Baltimore. Taylor, Fox 45.
Well, as Taylor was just mentioning, Mayor Brandon Scott says the city will start enforcing a curfew for miners Memorial Day weekend, but some are skeptical it will actually work.
Candidly, I fear that the curfew is just more tough talk. We are down 600 officers. We don't have enough officers to prosecute and police carjackings and murders. The notion that we have cops on the streets to round up 15 and 16-year-olds staying out past 10 p.m., I just think the mayor is giving the impression that the people of Baltimore are stupid. He's always claimed that the Western District is down. It leads the city in murders this year. We've had 18 murders in the last 15 days, and you hear the mayor tweeting about fire alarms.
Well, you can find more details surrounding the mayor's plan for a citywide curfew right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
Right now, police in Alabama are searching for information and possibly a suspect after a deadly shooting at a 16-year-old's birthday party.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we know at this hour. Megan.
Tom, this is what we're hearing. This morning, police in Dadeville, Alabama, certainly asking community members with any information to come forward, saying we've got to have information from the community. This after 4 people were shot and killed, 28 others injured, and again, all during a Sweet 16 birthday party on Saturday. Family members now identifying 2 of the 4 killed in the shooting as Phil Dowdell and Shankivia Smith. We are told that Dowdell was a senior who was committed to playing football for Jacksonville State University. He was at that party celebrating his sister's birthday when he was shot and killed. Smith's cousin, meantime, among the more than 200 people who attended a community prayer vigil yesterday for the victims. She says moving forward, it's going to be difficult for her.
It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. Like, Shankivia ride me to school, so it's going to really hurt knowing I don't have to go pick her up anymore because of the situation.
Authorities say of the dozens of others injured, some are listed in critical condition. We are told most of the victims are teenagers. At this hour, there's no information about any suspects or motives in this. Taking you live to the White House here this morning, we're told that they are closely monitoring this situation and supporting local officials and law enforcement. President Biden calling on Congress once again to take action to stop gun violence. I'm Megan Gillen, Fox 45 News. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Still ahead on the early edition, carjacking is a continuous issue across our nation. How the Baltimore County Police Department is taking proactive measures.
Plus, bad news for drivers as experts warn of more pain at the pump. What the prices are looking like right here in Maryland.
Temperature's not too bad to kick off your Monday. We're going to be talking about cooler numbers on the way for the next few days. We'll talk about that and how the wind could impact your afternoons. It's all coming up in just a few minutes. 5:10 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast here for your Monday morning, and we are seeing temperatures that are not too bad in the 60s for most of us along the Chesapeake. But notice how much cooler it is in Oakland. Only 37 this morning and 50 in Cumberland. That's where some of that cooler air is, while we're already in the upper 60s, excuse me, in Salisbury. So next 12 hours, those numbers will rise. We'll see those 60s here through the middle part of the afternoon, and we'll get to the upper 60s for our highs today. Some of us close to the 70-degree mark, but definitely cooler than those numbers that we saw over the weekend. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
5:11 and making headlines, some scary moments for a college baseball team from Boston.
The Fisher College coach says that they were just driving through White Marsh on their way home from a game in North Carolina when they heard a tire blowout and the bus filled with smoke.
And then look at this. This is what is left of the bus after it was completely engulfed in flames. The fire department put the fire out, and then they played host to the team until a new bus arrived to take them home.
So all you saw was a light up and flames in the back, and then, yeah, that's how it went. And then this fire department so kindly picked us up.
So we transported them back on the engine and several of our other apparatus here, got them lunch, got them settled, waiting for their bus. And so now they're hanging out as honorary members of our fire company.
These guys are great. I mean, I don't know if my guys are going to want to go home. They're having so much fun, and they're feeding us well.
All right, so the first one was actually one of the players dressed up in the fire equipment.
So they took him back to the firehouse, let him try on the gear. Pretty nice.
They ended up going out on any calls for him. Yeah, not bad at all. Now, thankfully, no one was hurt. The coach says they saved most of their equipment. Only a few things were lost in those fires, but a new bus came from Boston to pick the team up around 4:30 yesterday afternoon.
That's quite the adventure.
Still ahead this morning, a family grieving after a teen overdoses on Benadryl. The warning from the parents about the dangers of TikTok.
Plus, tax day is tomorrow. The last-minute tips you need to know if you still need to file. 5:12, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:15 and topping your consumer news this morning, Americans are facing a bumpy road to paying off car loans. Now, the auto website Edmunds shows loan rates are at a 15-year high, bumping up Americans' average monthly car payments to record-breaking figures. In March, the average monthly payment for a new vehicle reached $730 and $556 for a used car. Edmunds data also shows newer car owners may even be paying as much as $1,000 a month on average. Now, sticker shock plus pricey loans may be narrowing the pool of potential new vehicle buyers, but Cox Automotive's chief economist says that there's been a slight uptick in new vehicle sales, mostly from higher income households. A decline for rental owners is becoming a blessing for some consumers. A Redfin report shows the number of rents declined for the first time in more than 3 years. The report reveals median asking prices of rent payments fell under 1% to about $1,937. That's the lowest median asking price in more than a year, but those prices are still about 20% higher than before the pandemic. The report attributes the decline to too much supply, economic uncertainty, and inflation. The decline is causing some landlords to lower their prices or even make concessions with their renters. Walmart's chief merchandising officer will step aside as the company prepares for tougher business. Charles Redfield will step down from his duties and step into an advisory role. Redfield has been with the company for 32 years. The company's CEO says Redfield will begin a new chapter as he plans to spend more time with his family. Despite strong sales in areas like groceries, Walmart hit a slump in holiday sales, especially in items like clothing, toys, and electronics. The forecasts are now predicting tougher year.
The deadline to file your federal tax returns is tomorrow. Tax day is usually on April 15th, but the deadline was extended this year. That's because the 15th fell on a Saturday and because today is Emancipation Day, which is a holiday in Washington, D.C. So the deadline to file your state taxes here in Maryland is tomorrow as well. If you can't meet the deadline, you should file for an extension. Super wants to see this. I'm not excited to take her, but we will. Prepare for another painful grab at your wallet. High gas prices may be returning. Analysts say higher prices will soon be back for several reasons. OPEC has announced a production cut of about 1.6 million barrels a day, making for shorter supply. Oil refineries are also performing routine spring maintenance, which also cuts down production. And the approaching summer driving season will increase demand and raise prices. Analysts also warn that the effects may hurt a U.S. economic recovery. The national gas average price rose 8 cents last week to $3.66 a gallon. Now, here in Maryland, the average is sitting at $3.61. That's just below the national average. The county seeing the highest prices is Montgomery County at $3.68, while Allegheny County is seeing the lowest at $3.49.
So just drive out west to get cheaper gas?
Yeah, just
drive all the way
use all that gas to get out there.
Right.
My friend does that. He drives around town to try to find the cheapest gas, and I'm like, dude, you're just wasting gas to try to find the cheapest one. But
right. Does it pay off? Yeah, I don't think it does.
Anyway, good morning to both of you.
Morning.
Happy Monday.
Hey!
It's Monday.
Man, come on. We got to get that Monday energy going. Come on, our big energy. Towson, good morning to all of you. And it is, well, we're done with the weekend now. We definitely had some of those rain showers that moved through. So some of the roads may still be a little bit wet, but the rain not going to be an issue through the morning or for the next couple of days. In fact, a pretty dry week ahead. The wind is what we're going to be talking about today and those cooler temperatures. Right now, we're at 60 in Towson. Tomorrow morning will be decidedly cooler, so just be aware of that. Northwest wind about 10 to 15 miles an hour right now. Notice on our HD radar that rain is well to the north of us, so we are drying out here, and this is all in the wake of this large cold front. You see those blue lines right there with the triangles. That's the cold front pushing through, and then right behind that is what we're going to see with the cooler temperatures and that wind that will pick up throughout the day. As the kids get back to school, beep beep at the bus stop this morning, maybe just a light jacket with temperatures in the mid to upper 50s. 50s, 65 by about noontime and recess, and into the upper 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. It will be, as I mentioned, a bit breezy later today. All right, golfers, if you want to hit the links today, just know at least a 1 club, if not a 2 club win that you'll have to account for the afternoon. But we're drying out nicely with temperatures in the mid to upper 60s across the region. In fact, checking some of our numbers, Carroll County a little cooler, 63 in Westminster, Hereford zone as well in those lower 60s, but mid to upper 60s for Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, out through Perry Hall and White Marsh, close to 70 in downtown Baltimore, out through Dundalk this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in the mid to upper 60s for your highs later today. Now, tomorrow will be cooler. We're going to see those numbers only about 50 tomorrow morning, but back to the mid 60s on Tuesday afternoon. Lower 70s return Wednesday, and then the 80s come back into Thursday and Friday to wrap up the week. Let's get a check with Mass Transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning to you, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 and Camden Train 841, both with delays running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of BART are on time for travel. Light rail link showing no delays or difficulties. Looking good, in fact, for travel in both directions there. And Metro Subway link on time for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Baltimore County Police are seeing a major spike in auto theft so far this year. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what police are doing to try to stop this.
Baltimore police are investigating a triple shooting here in the city. We'll give you the latest on their investigation and who the possible shooter may be. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.524 making headlines this morning. An Ohio teen is dead after overdosing on an over-the-counter medication.
Apparently, he was trying to copy a TikTok challenge.
Stephanie Dupree with our sister station in Columbus, Ohio, has the story.
I'm going to do everything I can to try to make sure another child doesn't go through it.
13-year-old Jacob Stevens died after 6 days on a ventilator.
The worst day of my life.
He overdosed on Benadryl after attempting a TikTok challenge. Family told me the challenge was to take 12 to 14 pills and it would create a hallucination. Jacob took more than that.
They kind of just all come at one time and it was too much for his body.
Jacob's father, Justin Stevens, says the teen was at home with friends when he overdosed. He says Jacob's friends filmed him attempting the social media challenge when all of a sudden his body started seizing. Justin says he felt like time stopped when doctors told him his son would never wake up.
No brain scan. There was nothing there. He said we could keep him on the vent. We could, he could lay there like that, but he will never open his eyes. He will never breathe on his own. He'll never do anything like that. Smile. He'll never walk, talk.
His parents described Jacob as a well-mannered, funny, loving kid. He played football for Greenfield schools.
It didn't matter how bad of a day I was having, and nobody else could make me smile. Jacob would make me smile.
His father says what community members said about his son brought him to tears.
It made me feel really good to see some of the posts that his peers had put on Facebook about how he helped them.
And now his family has a warning for other parents.
Keep an eye on what your kid's doing with that phone. Talk to them about, the situation. I want everybody to know about my son's situation.
They're also trying to get lawmakers to put an age restriction on buying medicine like Benadryl.
I've already sent a message to Mr. DeWine. If it's my life goal to make that happen.
Still ahead on the early edition. Breezy day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when the winds will finally die down.
Plus, a congressional hearing happening today in New York on crime. Why Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is calling it a political stunt. It's 5:27, and you're watching Fox 45 Early.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it looks like we are going to have, well, a drier day. At least.
Well, it wasn't that way overnight. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, the storms woke me up before my alarm did, and that wasn't fun.
Yeah, it's never fun in the middle of the night, right? And also dangerous, guys, when those storms come through. So those showers and storms have moved on, and in the wake of those, we are seeing the drier conditions and the wind that is going to be picking up. Already seeing some breezy conditions out there, but you can see on your HD radar, all of that moisture is well to the north of us. So a mild Monday morning, breezy and cooler for the afternoon. And we are going to stay dry this week, so not tracking any rain for at least the next 4 or 5 days. Morning drive looking good. Maybe still some wet roads out there, but overall our temperatures in the mid to upper 50s for your next few hours. We'll top out at 69 today, drop about 5 degrees tomorrow, only in the mid 60s, but then right back to the lower 70s on Wednesday. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Now to a city in crisis. Teenagers are once again at the center of gun violence.
Police investigating a triple shooting in northeast Baltimore.
Taylor Stewart live from downtown Baltimore with more on the investigation. Taylor.
Yeah, it happened just overnight, and this morning those victims are listed in critical condition. According to Baltimore police, they found one person with a gunshot wound to the head. Now, they've not named any persons of interest or a suspect in this case, but a witness called police out to Colvin Street around 9 o'clock last night. When they got there, police found a man already in severe condition, that person who was hit with a gunshot wound to the head. Well, later, 2 other people walked into the hospital. We're talking about 2 17-year-olds. One of them was shot in the chest, the other hit from behind. Now, whether those victims were involved in the shooting is not clear yet, but we spoke with a woman who was working nearby when she heard a barrage of bullets. She then saw several people run away. Take a listen.
I heard boom, 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 and I was like, what was that? I still got goosebumps a little bit because it was so many shots.
Now, based on the city's safety and accountability dashboard so far, BPD has made 49 arrests for homicides. Meanwhile, the city has seen 69 homicides and 144 non-fatal shootings. We'll continue to update you as gun violence continues to impact the city's youngest victims. For now, we're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Taylor. Well, Fox 45 News spoke with former city prosecutor Dhruv Vignarajah about the weekend violence, and he says city leaders need to take actual action opposed to tough talk.
Look, we know that there is a formula to drive down gun violence and repeat violent offenders and juvenile crime. We know it because we did it back a decade ago. We had gotten murders below 200. This wasn't an everyday occurrence. And yet we see our politicians resorting to talking points instead of doing the proactive enforcement, the multi-defendant gang prosecutions, going after those investigations that take a few months to build, but to actually get these gangs and these gun offenders off the streets. Tough talk is just that. And the criminals on the street know that that's not going to result in them being arrested or prosecuted or convicted.
Fox 45 News has pressed the mayor about what he is doing to keep children safe and about his summer crime plan. He hasn't given us many answers. The mayor did announce that the city will start enforcing a curfew starting Memorial Day weekend. Some say a curfew, though, doesn't go far enough and that the city should reinstate the controversial stop and frisk. The corrupt gun trace task force abused the stop and frisk policy, and now it is one of the areas that's regulated in Baltimore's consent decree.
And we want to hear from you. Do you think stop and frisk should be reinstated given the recent violence? So far, 93% of voters respond yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Turning now to counties under pressure. Baltimore County Police are seeing a major increase in auto thefts so far this year, specifically among Kia and Hyundai vehicles.
In the first 3 months of 2023, 188 Hyundai and Kia brand cars were reported stolen in Baltimore County. Police say it's a problem happening all across the country.
Olivia Dance is joining us now live with a look at the problem and what Baltimore County Police are doing to try to stop it. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right. Kia and Hyundai thefts have increased significantly this year, specifically models made between 2015 and 2021. Now, Baltimore County Police say it's because of a safety feature that's missing from those cars, making them easier to steal. And oftentimes, police are finding that it's juveniles who are committing these thefts.
For the Hyundais and Kias in particular, this is a juvenile issue. We see
just constantly juveniles, 11, 12, 13-year-olds driving these cars, stealing these cars, and they get released and they go home and they do it again.
That was Sergeant Stephen Sunderland with Baltimore County Police Auto Theft Task Force. He says they've seen a 933% increase in Hyundai thefts and a 433% increase in Kia thefts in 2023 compared to 2022. The task force is educating the public on the problem so they are aware, as well as giving away free steering wheel locks to prevent cars from being stolen. So far, they've given out nearly 200 locks. But Sergeant Sunderland says the concerns go beyond just stolen cars.
This is a very big problem. And one of the other problems is with stolen cars in general is that cars get stolen and then are used in violent crimes.
So would you say in 2023 already you're seeing an increase in crime that you can attribute to the fact that there's an increase in auto theft?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen lookouts for all types of violent crimes, and it's Hyundai, Kia.
Now, both Kia and Hyundai are offering free software and technology upgrades for those models that are at risk of being stolen. Also, Baltimore County Police are hosting another steering wheel lock giveaway. That's coming up this Friday. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. 5:36 now. The House Judiciary Committee will be holding a congressional hearing in New York today, talking about crime and, in particular, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with how this is all expected to play out. Megan?
Here's what we know, guys. Bragg, by the way, as you remember, he is the one, who is prosecuting former President Trump for alleged business fraud related to hush money payments ahead of the 2016 election. According to today's meeting agenda, this hearing will examine how Bragg's pro-crime, anti-victim policies have led to an increase in violent crime and a dangerous community for New York City residents. New York City has seen an increase in crime in recent years, including before Bragg took office in 2022. But data from the NYPD shows that so far this year, murder, rape, robbery, burglary, and shooting incidents, they're actually down from the same time a year ago. Felony assaults and grand larceny, however, are up. Taking a look at AmericanViolence.org, it actually puts New York City's murder rate below that of other large U.S. cities, including Philadelphia, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, Los Angeles on that list there. Bragg is calling today's hearing a political stunt because of his decision to pursue a criminal case against former President Donald Trump. Among those expected to testify today against Bragg, New York City Council member and Democrat Robert Holden. He is calling on Bragg to be removed from office. Taking you live to New York City now, where this hearing is set to begin at 9 o'clock this morning. We'll keep you posted right here from our live center. Patrice?
All right, still ahead this morning, the mayor is set to give his State of the City address tonight. What we can expect as the city deals with an ongoing crime crisis.
Plus, Alabama police are searching for answers following a shooting at a Sweet 16 birthday party. The information we are learning about the victims.
And a cooler start to the morning. Our Weather Authority team letting us know when we warm back up. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local.
Just about 5:41, your Weather Authority forecast here for your Monday morning. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, not too bad right now. A little bit breezy, and we're going to see those winds pick up as we head later into the afternoon, bringing in some cooler temperatures as well. So those numbers will be a lot closer to average. Just go ahead and grab a light jacket. It's probably all you need here this morning. Definitely have those sunglasses ready to go, but no need for the umbrella as that rain and those storms have moved on. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Turning now to a city in crisis. Take a look at this. Baltimore police say a car crashed into a house along Washington Boulevard near Pigtown.
Officers say the driver had minor injuries and no one else was hurt. It's not clear if the driver is facing any charges or what led up to this crash.
I'm just really lost for words.
Another violent weekend in Baltimore, leaving a 12-year-old dead and 2 other minors shot. What we're learning led up to the bloodshed.
Plus, as we head into the summer months, many are now looking at solutions when it comes to juvenile crime. Why some say a curfew for minors will not work. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:44, the Orioles are wrapping up their series in Chicago with a win. The Birds started off with a slower start, trailing 4-0. That quickly changed. Cedric Mullins had 3 hits and 4 RBIs, including a tie-breaking single in Baltimore's 3-run 8th inning. Gunnar Henderson had 2 hits and scored 3 times. Now the Birds went on to beat the White Sox 8-4.
Yeah, I think the guy finished second to Cy Young. It's a 4-0 game. It's 30 degrees outside, it felt like. And we chipped away. We did a great job of putting 8 zeros up after that first inning. And, you know, we took really good at-bats throughout the game and got him out of the game in the 6th.
Well, they head to D.C. tomorrow to face Washington Nationals. First pitch, 7:05.
From baseball to football, the NFL draft is right around the corner, and the big question still remains, will Lamar Jackson play another season as a Raven? That draft coming up on April 27th, and many are now looking into whether or not the new 1,000-yard receiver, Odell Beckham Jr., could entice Jackson. The Ravens hope so, but they've had zero contact with Lamar this month.
You know, Lamar's in our plans. We love Lamar. Our feelings about Lamar have not changed one bit since the end of the season. We're hopeful still that we'll get a long-term deal done. He's the right player for this team to lead us to where we want to be. I think the locker room knows that. The organization knows that. I think the fan base knows that. So it's ongoing. But I can't think of a situation where we wouldn't think that our best team is with Lamar Jackson on the team in September.
Well, then I guess you got to pay him what he wants.
No, I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, they've been keeping the same. You know, the front office there and Ravens have been saying the same thing. We love them, but then we're like,
we love you right here at this level.
We don't love you
we don't
this
love you
much.
Here, right.
We don't love you this much. We love you this much.
We love you this much.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Playing. Yeah.
But back to baseball. How about G-Rod getting 8 Ks yesterday? So kind of starting to get into form. We know the pitching, it's still there. But look, we have a winning record. We're 9-7 going into
one game behind what? Yankees and
Toronto actually. Yeah,
and Tampa finally lost some
Tampa's
games.
14-2 now. Yeah, so they've actually lost a couple of games. But we're not in last place in the AL East, so we like that. We know it's going to be a tough slog here this year, but nice to see those bats that have just been really outstanding with up and down the the batting order. You've got players that are just hitting stuff out of the park, so we love that. And they're back here at home coming up on Friday this upcoming weekend. But yeah, at the Nationals tomorrow night, the Beltway Series, right? Just a 2-game set. Our Towson cam right now. Overall, not too bad. We have seen some wind already start to pick up. Our temperature right at 60 degrees. Officially, that wind out of the west-northwest about 10 to 15 miles an hour. But taking a look at our HD radar, those showers and some of the storms we had over the weekend well to the north of us. This is all behind a cold front. And we've got temperatures in Chicago that are cold. That's where the O's had that delay yesterday, talking about playing in 43-degree weather, and now snow in Chicago for the upper Midwest. So that's where you could see some delays if you're trying to fly out of town here today. Let's take a look at our wind gusts, and some of us have already seen some wind gusts in that 20 and 30 mile an hour range for Frederick down through Annapolis and up into Stevensville. Not much here in Baltimore City right now, but this is what's going to be taking place today. That wind shifting, and will be more from the southwest as we take you into the later part of the afternoon at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. The wind is going to be with us again on Tuesday, more of a westerly and a little bit of a northwesterly component to that wind on Tuesday afternoon. So expect the wind to stay with us, and also expect those temperatures to be a little bit cooler, but closer to average. The average is 67 this time of year. We're going to be near that number in that 1 o'clock hour, still tracking to the upper 60s later today, kind of close to the 70-degree mark with the breezy conditions for the afternoon. 6:27 is when that sun comes up later today, and mid to upper 60s is what we're going to see across central Maryland. There's the cold front moving off toward the east. Couple of pop-up showers still possible in the western parts of our state, especially those upslope showers in the mountain locations. But overall, Tuesday and Wednesday, we are drier, even though we keep that wind with us. Not tracking rain, not until we get into the upcoming weekend. So 7-day forecast, 69 today. We're back to the mid-60s tomorrow, then 70s return Wednesday. 80s are back for Thursday and Friday, and even into Saturday.
Whether it's just taking a walk through the park or maybe heading to Camden Yards for an Orioles game, we want to see how you are enjoying the beautiful weather. Scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Now let's take a look at your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, and taking a look at the outer and inner loops in the Towson area. Traffic moving along just fine. Now we want to go out live with your Lynn Stoller mobile track, and it's cruising along 95 northbound right through the Fallston area, and no issues to report there either. So let's get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. We've got Penn Train 511 operating with about a 5 to 10 minute delay. The outer trains of Mark are on time for travel. Light rail link looking good from end to end. No delays or problems there. And Metro subway link on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Why is the House Judiciary Committee holding a hearing today in New York? I'm Christine Frizzell with the answer to that.
A family is mourning after a 12-year-old is shot and killed. We hear from neighbors who describe the scene as a war zone. 5:50 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.553 making headlines this morning in Minnesota. Emotions are running high after a deputy was shot and killed.
Now, according to the Pope County Sheriff's Office, 44-year-old Joshua Owens died after a shooting with a suspect Saturday. Owens and two other deputies were responding to a domestic call at the time. And investigators say the suspect began shooting at those deputies as they were trying to arrest him.
Yesterday, April 15th, Pope County law enforcement lost a brother. Our sympathies and love are with Deputy Josh Owens' family and the families of the other deputies and officers involved.
The suspect died in the shooting. One other officer was treated for injuries and released from the hospital. A third was injured but not hospitalized.
Now in Kentucky, investigations underway after two people were killed, four others injured in a shooting in Louisville last weekend.
According to police, at least one shooter opened fire into a crowd at the Chickasaw Park in the city's West End. Among the surviving victims, one is in critical condition. Investigators are unsure of the motive, and they've not yet identified a suspect.
The city's mayor releasing a statement following the incident, writing in part, "It is imperative that we take immediate and collaborative action to address the underlying causes of gun violence, such as poverty, inequality, and mental health, while also implementing meaningful gun safety legislation to protect our communities."
Now making headlines in New York City as we take you there live. Today, House Republicans are holding what they are calling a field hearing.
Members of the Judiciary Committee say crime there needs to be investigated and are already blaming District Attorney Alvin Bragg, who is also overseeing the indictment of former President Donald Trump.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell has more on what we can expect.
Shortly after the challenges of COVID-19 ravaged New York City, a spike in violent crime erased the label some had given to it as America's safest big city. While 2022 actually brought the lowest rate of homicide since 2019, other major crimes rose 22%. That notion central to a House Judiciary Committee hearing being held in New York City, with Republicans blaming the man behind the recent indictment of former President Trump, District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan tweeting that Bragg's, quote, radical pro-crime, anti-victim policies have led to an increase in violent crime in New York City.
You have all this crime happening there in New York City, harming families, harming communities, harming small business owners. We want to make sure the country understands that.
The committee plans to call family members of victims of New York City crime and New York City Councilman Robert Holden, a Democrat who blames Alvin Bragg for the uptick in crime overall and the decision not to prosecute lower-level crimes, as well as policies toward police.
We're going to get to a point where this is going to be an unlivable city if we keep putting more burdens on our police officers who risk their lives every time they leave the house.
Bragg is also suing Jim Jordan to stop him from interfering with his investigation into Trump. The House committee also holds no authority over New York. Another reason why critics are calling the hearing politically motivated.
This is simply an in-kind donation or contribution to the Trump campaign. This is really a charade, and it's just unfortunate during a time like this they will use taxpayers' dollars to host this charade.
Bragg himself pointing out New York City had one of the lowest big city murder rates at 5.2%, nearly 3 times lower than Jordan's district in Columbus, Ohio, at more than 15%.
The bottom line here, House Republicans are hoping to shine a light on what they see as weaknesses for New York DA Alvin Bragg as his investigation and others against former President Trump heat up and remain in the spotlight. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Search WBFF in your app store.
The 9th juvenile homicide victim, just a 12-year-old boy. We'll tell you about the latest on the investigation as children and teens continue to be the center of gun violence here in Baltimore.
Mayor Scott will deliver his State of the City address as crime is out of control. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear from frustrated Baltimore residents.
And deadly gunfire at a 16-year-old's birthday party. What police in Alabama are now asking from the community this morning?
Temperatures are not too bad right now, and we're going to see cooler numbers and more wind for the next few days. We're going to break down what we can expect on your work week forecast right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, April 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, somebody that was really excited to say something got cut off. So what were you about to say?
I was going to say, let's go.
Let's go. There we go.
Back to do it today for a Monday. Good morning. Welcome back.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you,
Good to see you, too.
No, we're all in the blue. That's what I was going to say. We got the blue crew and some red over there as well. So moving on for your weather authority forecast. Overall, not too bad right now. Towson camera. We are seeing a little bit of wind that is with us here so far this morning, but no rain at all. In fact, our temperatures are also mild. Mid to upper 50s and some lower 60s for Cockeysville, Bel Air. 63 in Chestertown, Eastern Shore. 61 as you wake up with us in Annapolis this morning. So a mild Monday morning, breezy and cooler conditions for the afternoon. We are staying dry dry this week. So that rain is all done. May still see some wet spots on the roads here over the next couple of hours, but overall that rain has moved out of here. And numbers that'll be in the 50s and 60s as you head out on your morning drive. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about what we can expect in terms of how long this wind stays with us and what happens with our temps as well. Tom, how are we looking on the roads?
Not bad at all, Justin. In fact, let's go to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, taking a live look of our traffic map, and we are all in the green. No issues to report.
Let's be very clear. 12-year-olds should not be shot. But 12-year-olds shouldn't live in a place or anywhere, especially in this country where people who clearly shouldn't have the access to have assault rifles. Think about how you would feel if this was your 12-year-old son or your little cousin or your brother. This is something that nobody should experience, especially our young people.
A 12-year-old shot dead is just the youngest victim caught in the crossfire of gun violence this weekend. 3 other people were shot, 2 of them minors. They're recovering from their injuries this morning.
Now, the violence comes as the mayor prepares to give his State of the City address tonight.
He is expected to recognize his department's accomplishments so far.
Critics say the mayor could be doing more, though. Now, this morning, we have team coverage of a city in crisis. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us live with more on the scene from the 12-year-old who was shot dead over the weekend.
But first, we start with Olivia Dance. She is live downtown with a preview of the mayor's State of the City address that's happening tonight. Olivia.
Yeah, so Mayor Scott's State of the City address is happening at 7:30 this evening. And as you mentioned, while we expect him to highlight the accomplishments of his administration, many residents we spoke to are feeling hopeless with the current state of Baltimore. Take a listen to their concerns.
Got kids killing kids out here like they fighting in a war.
Nothing in this city is being accomplished. It's falling apart. For one, it's more guns on the street than it is police. They're cutting programs, they're cutting funding, and then they expect us to come back out here in society and win.
As you just heard, residents have many concerns about the state of the city, from the violence to the leadership of Baltimore. Fox 45 News asked residents who they blame for the problems, and some said the leaders, while others blame parents. The mayor's State of the City address will take place at the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center, and the city council members will also be there. It'll be interesting, though, to see if Mayor Scott addresses any of these residents' concerns. And, of course, you can get the latest updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, this month, Baltimore City has seen more than a murder every day, at least one murder every day. And over the weekend, yet another young person falling victim to the gun violence. We've got Taylor Stewart joining us live with the latest on the 12-year-old who was shot and killed over the weekend. Taylor.
That's right, Patrice, just 12 years old. Police confirming that he was killed by gunshots on Saturday. He is the 9th juvenile homicide victim so far this year as the city continues to battle with gun violence, particularly with young people. Now, police are still trying to piece together what exactly happened on Maciel Court and Collins Ferry Road Saturday at 9 o'clock. But based on what investigators found, those shell casings, they say it's likely that the shooter, who they've not identified, used an assault rifle in this deadly attack. Now, this comes on the heels of an announcement from the mayor that a curfew is set to begin starting Memorial Day weekend. And law enforcement expert Tyrone Powers says it's hard to say whether the curfew could have helped save his life, but he says it certainly could have changed how parents, police, and teenagers are forced to respond to overnight gun violence.
This horrific number of young people who are being hurt, shot, harmed in the city. A young person shot down with a semi-automatic machine gun. I mean, this is craziness. It's a message to parents that there is a curfew, and many parents will enforce that curfew themselves once they know it's in place. So you're taking young people who may not have been involved in crime or actions out of harm's way, because now the parents are aware that there is an issue and that there is a need for the child to be in the house.
Well, as far as this 12-year-old victim goes, an outpouring of support has surfaced on social media for him and his family. But we do know several other people were shot over the weekend. That includes people under 18, additional minors. So, and the next half hour, we're going to tell you about the triple shooting that happened just overnight and the victims in that case as well. For now, we're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
Right now, police in Alabama are searching for information and possibly a suspect after a deadly shooting at a 16-year-old's birthday party.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center now with what we are learning at this hour. Megan?
Yeah, what we know right now, guys, is that police in Dadeville, Alabama, saying we've got to have information from the community. They're asking anyone to come forward after 4 people were shot and killed, 28 others injured during a Sweet 16 birthday party on Saturday. We know family members now identifying 2 of the 4 killed in that shooting as Phil Dowdell and Shankivia Smith. We are told that Dowdell was a senior who was committed to playing football for Jacksonville State University. He was at the party celebrating his sister's birthday when he was shot and killed. Smith's cousin, meantime, among the more than 200 people who attended a community prayer vigil yesterday for the victims. She says moving forward, it's going to be difficult for her.
It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. Like, Shankivia ride me to school, so it's going to really hurt knowing I don't have to go pick her up anymore because of the situation.
Authorities say of the dozens of others that were injured in the shooting, some are listed in critical condition. We're told most of the victims are teenagers. This hour, there is no information about any suspects or motives. We know the White House, as we take you there live here this morning, is closely monitoring this situation, supporting local officials and law enforcement. President Biden now calling on Congress once again to take action to stop gun violence. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice.
More teenagers caught in the center of gunfire in the city. What we know so far about the latest triple shooting under investigation.
Abortion rights continue to be debated across the country. What Governor Wes Moore is promising when it comes to an abortion pill.
Temperatures are not too bad right now. We're drying out, and the wind is going to pick up as we head later into the day. We'll break this down for you in your full Weather Authority forecast coming up.
6:09 and continuing coverage this morning on the ongoing debate over abortion rights. Governor Wes Moore is sharing his thoughts about the abortion pill mifepristone.
Now, on ABC's This Week, the governor doubled down on an announcement he made Friday, saying that Maryland would stockpile the drug.
Maryland is going to be a state where we are going to protect reproductive health and reproductive rights. And not only have I instructed our Department of Health to be able to make this decision that we are going to be stockpiling the drug for upwards of 3 years.
Well, the governor also pointed to 3 bills state lawmakers passed during the legislative session to expand access to abortion and to improve privacy.
It's in response to a ruling from a district judge in Texas that would suspend FDA approval of the pill, which has been on the market for more than 20 years. Now, Friday, the Supreme Court put a temporary pause on that ruling, keeping the drug on the market for now. Now, senators on both sides of the aisle, they're questioning the ruling from Texas, asking how a lone district judge could issue a ruling that impacts the entire nation.
Yeah, I don't like a district court judge issuing a national decree, even if I agree with the judge. And what the judge held here is that the Federal Drug Administration didn't follow their own rules.
Is it going to be next? Is that judge going to not like birth control pills? Are we going to have a judge that doesn't like Lipitor? There is a reason that Congress gave FDA the power to make these decisions about safety.
The Supreme Court is now reviewing the Biden administration's request for an emergency stay on the Texas judge's decision.
Chaos rages on in Sudan. After the break, the latest violence as 2 rival military groups fight for control of the country.
Today, hundreds of families are gathering in D.C. to join a march to ban assault rifles. After the break, we go live to D.C. with how a mother of 3 from Illinois was the inspiration. 6:11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Time right now is 6:14. It is Monday morning, April 17th. Looking out some of the cloud cover that we're seeing right now out over the Inner Harbor, and the stadium's looking good. Of course, the O's back at Camden Yards coming up on Friday. They're back in the area tomorrow night. The Beltway series, a 2-game set against the Nats down there in D.C. Now, looking at our HD radar, we did have some showers, even some thunderstorms over the weekend, but all of that moisture is well to the north of us, and we're clearing out nicely. So even though we have some of those clouds that are around right now, we're not tracking any rain. Different story for our friends in Chicago, where the O's just came from. They win yesterday afternoon there in Chicago, and we're seeing snow in that part of the country. But this is the cold front that is moving off toward the east, and back behind that, in the wake of the cold front, we are going to see the breezy conditions that will be picking up, as well as some of that cooler and drier air moving in. Just in the last hour, we picked up a 19-mile-an-hour wind gust at BWI, 21-mile-an-hour wind gust in Westminster, and even a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust there in Gaithersburg. So what's going to happen with the wind? This is our future scan later today. Notice the arrows indicating where that wind's coming from, mainly from the south and the southwest. That's going to be about 20 to 25 miles an hour through the afternoon today. And then tomorrow, more of a westerly and then toward a northwesterly wind component into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. But again, the breezy conditions stay with us basically for the next couple of days. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, our temperatures here this morning are going to stay mainly in the 50s for the kids as you get them out. No need for the umbrella today. We're back to the mid-60s here by noon, and we'll be in those mid to upper 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Overall, breezy conditions for those kids later today. And golfers, it is going to dry out nicely on the golf courses, so the fairways and greens maybe still a little wet from some of that weekend moisture, and probably at least a 1-club win later today. Numbers in the upper 50s through 9 a.m. We're back to the mid-60s through the noon hour. And overall, our high temps today are going to be in the low to mid and upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties, close to 70 in downtown Baltimore this afternoon, and mid to upper 60s in Bel Air, up into Aberdeen and Perryman, northeast at 67, 65 in Rising Sun, 67 as well for you in Cecil County over toward Elkton. Checking our temperature tracker here now, notice what's going to happen. Slightly below average for tomorrow. Then those numbers are going to climb. We'll be in the lower 70s Wednesday. Check out those 80s that come back into Thursday, Friday, and even into Saturday. So a nice little warm up toward the end of the week as we approach the upcoming weekend. Let's check our future scan. So overall today, a mix of clouds and sun, maybe picking up a stray shower in parts of western Maryland and the mountain locations. But overall, most of that moisture is moving out of here. And you'll get some of that as well into early Tuesday. But by Tuesday afternoon, all of that moisture moves out of here, and we do stay dry throughout the week. So we're not really tracking rain here in Baltimore or in the areas in central Maryland, not until we get to the weekend. Notice our breezy and cooler conditions continuing through tomorrow. Wednesday, Thursday, less wind, but warmer temperatures. And again, that next chance for rain comes for this upcoming weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Can you see the map around the Baltimore region there? No issues to report. However, if you go on the eastern shore and you're going 50 towards Easton from the Bay Bridge, you'll see 2 vehicles involved there, and there's a little bit of a delay on the eastern shore heading 50 southbound. Here's a live look now from the Lens Solar mobile track, cruising through the area of Timonium there on the outer loop for you. So you see it's wide open this morning at 6:18.
Taking you live to D.C. this morning, where today many are going to gather to participate in a march to ban assault rifles.
John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. has a preview for us today.
Good morning, my friends. Yeah, live on the National Mall this morning where this rally is being planned. It will march from the National Mall right here to the U.S. Capitol building. Hundreds of families will descend on the nation's capital later this morning. Families that have been inspired by a mother of 3 from Illinois who organized this march. It's actually the 4th time they've arrived here in D.C. The nonprofit March 4th is demanding a federal assault weapons ban. And if you recall, there was such a ban back in '94. It was passed by Congress, but under a federal provision, the law expired after 10 years. Several constitutional challenges have been filed, but all have been rejected by the courts. Giddy Brantner started March 4th after the Highland Park shooting in her community. 7 people were killed during that parade. That happened in her neighborhood. Her family was on lockdown. She explains to me why she is calling today's march SOS, Save Our Students.
There's only a select group of people in this country who can save our students, who can allow our children to survive a school day, and that's members of Congress. So we plan to go to them and beg them to pass the ban on assault weapons and help save our students.
There have been over 100 school shootings already this year. Now, gun rights advocates argue that there have been a number of studies done looking into that ban back in '94, and they say there's no evidence that shows that that ban was actually lowering gun violence. The rally begins today here on the National Mall at 11 o'clock this morning. Reporting live, John Gonzalez. Back to you.
Thank you, John. We are just one day away from Tax Day. Why this year's deadline is a little later than usual. Your time now, 6:20 on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.623 on this Monday morning, and happening right now, fighting intensifies in Sudan as two rival military groups fight for control of the country.
Clashes between Sudan's military and the Rapid Support Forces have been reported in at least 7 cities, including the capital, where the two groups are believed to have amassed thousands of fighters each.
Sudan's Doctors Committee says more than 60 civilians have been killed in the crossfire. They predict dozens of more deaths among those fighting. Sudan has been under military rule since 2021, when the two groups jointly orchestrated a coup that derailed the country's transition to democracy.
As for the war in Ukraine, roughly 130 prisoners of war are now back at home in Ukraine. They were released in an Orthodox Easter exchange with Russia, taking place in several stages over the last few days. It mostly included privates who were captured on the front lines. According to the Ukrainian government, many of the soldiers suffered concussions and had lost limbs. The Defense Ministry in Moscow says more than 100 Russian POWs have returned home from Ukrainian captivity.
The 3 remaining nuclear power plants in Germany are now shutting down. The move fulfills a plan set in motion more than 20 years ago to end the country's reliance on nuclear energy. The 3 reactors were originally due to shutter last year, but the war in Ukraine and the following energy crisis prompted Berlin to postpone that decision. A strong anti-nuclear movement emerged in Germany's years ago, gaining traction following the partial meltdown of 3 Mile Island plant in Pennsylvania and the 1986 Chernobyl catastrophe.
It is tax season, and the deadline to file your federal tax returns, along with your state tax returns, is tomorrow. Now, tax day usually on April 15th, but the deadline was extended this year. That is because the 15th fell on Saturday, and because today is Emancipation Day, which is a holiday in Washington, D.C. So once again, the deadline to file your federal and your state taxes here in Maryland is tomorrow. If for some reason you can't meet the deadline, you should file for an extension.
6:25 and trending this morning, an Orioles win. Last night, they played Chicago White Sox for Game 3 of 3. Now, the O's came out on top in Game 1, winning 6-3, and Game 3 with a final score 8-4. Tomorrow, the Orioles are playing back in the DMV, this time in D.C., where they're taking on the Washington Nationals. First pitch right after 7.
And speaking of the O's, we love seeing how you celebrate game days. Anthony shared this picture of Montana saying, "My little buddy is all ready for the Orioles game." Sure is. Look at cuteness there. And then we've got Blake. Asia sent us this picture saying that Blake experienced his first baseball game. He looks pretty happy.
Today, we are cooler and breezy, with highs in the upper 60s.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is taking a look at how long these cooler temperatures will last.
Baltimore County Police are seeing a major spike in auto thefts so far this year. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what police are doing to try to stop this. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. Coming up on 6:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yes, taxes tomorrow. So if you haven't done that, yes, you should be panicking.
Yeah, another day to stress
Right.
over it. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and look at the forecast.
That's when we get our stuff to Stratus, and he takes care of us, right, Tom? Like,
Got it
we're
done,
good
right.
to go. We're all like done. We don't have to worry about it, but it's all good here. And we're talking about numbers this morning that aren't too bad when you make your way outside. We'll take a live look here for you. If you haven't made your way out yet this morning, still some clouds left over. We had some showers and even some thunderstorms in the overnight hours. All of that moisture or that rain is done, but what's left behind? Some cooler temps. Look at that number right there, 36 in Oakland, 46 in Cumberland, so the western part of Maryland colder, but we're in the 50s and 60s for most of us. Westminster, Bel Air over to Baltimore City at this hour. Out for a morning drive next couple of hours. Mr. Bose says we're good to go. Upper 50s here for you and dry conditions. However, the wind is going to be an issue, not only today, but also tomorrow and possibly even into Wednesday. And check out our numbers too. 69 today, but we're quite a bit cooler tomorrow. You're going to feel that on Tuesday afternoon and then back into the lower 70s by Wednesday. We're going to break this down just a bit further over there on that big green wall. We'll do that in just about 15 minutes or so from right now.
All right, let's see what's happening on the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network as we take a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard. Traffic moving fine, both the inner loop and outer loop, seeing everybody up to speed at this point in the morning.
I heard boom, boom, boom. There was some action going on outside. I seen some people running.
Well, now to a city in crisis. Teenagers are once again at the center of gun violence.
Police investigating a triple shooting in Northeast Baltimore.
Taylor Stewart is live downtown with more on the investigation. Taylor?
That's right. So at this point, we know two 17-year-olds were involved. One of them was shot in the chest, the other in the head, and an 18-year-old was shot from behind in his butt. But police are still investigating what exactly happened overnight. Those victims are listed in critical condition. Now, at this point, investigators say that witnesses have called in this 911 call. They do not have a shooter or a suspect or a person of interest even in this case. But it happened on Colvin Street around 9 o'clock, and when they got there, that's when they found the 17-year-old who was shot in the head. Later, two additional people walked into the hospital themselves, and as we told you, one was shot in the head, the other was shot from behind, and they came in that hospital. One person who, according to BPD, was hit from the back. But we spoke with a woman who was nearby when she heard the barrage of bullets. She said several people were running.
I heard boom, 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 and I was like, what was that? I still got goosebumps a little bit because it was so many shots.
Now, that is according to a witness who was near the scene at the time. Now, we looked at the dashboard, the safety and accountability dashboard at this point. BPD has made 49 arrests for death-related investigations, but keep in mind, we've had 69 different homicides and more than 120 non-fatal shootings here in the city. We'll keep you updated on the latest of this shooting, but that's the latest here from Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. Fox 45 News spoke with former city prosecutor Dhruv Vignarajah about the weekend violence. He says city leaders need to take actual action opposed to just tough talk.
Look, we know that there is a formula to drive down gun violence and repeat violent offenders and juvenile crime. We know it because we did it back a decade ago. We had gotten murders below 200. This wasn't an everyday occurrence. And yet we see our politicians resorting to talking points instead of doing the proactive enforcement, the multi-defendant gang prosecutions, going after those investigations that take a few months to build, but to actually get these gangs and these gun offenders off the streets. Tough talk is just that, and the criminals on the street know that that's not going to result in them being arrested or prosecuted or convicted.
Fox 45 News has pressed the mayor about what he is doing to keep children safe and about his summer crime plan. He hasn't given us many answers. The mayor did announce, though, that the city will start enforcing a curfew starting Memorial Day weekend. Some are saying curfews don't go far enough and that the city should reinstate the controversial stop and frisk. The corrupt gun trace task force abused the stop and frisk policy. It is now one of the areas regulated in Baltimore's consent decree.
We want to hear from you. Do you think stop and frisk should be reinstated given the recent violence? As you see on the bottom of your screen right there, so far 93% of voters have responded yes. And you can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
6:34 and turning now to counties under pressure. Baltimore County Police seeing a major increase in auto theft so far this year, specifically among Kia and Hyundai vehicles.
Now, in the first 3 months of 2023, 188 Hyundai and Kia brand cars were reported stolen in Baltimore County. Police say it's a problem happening all across the country.
Well, we've got Olivia Dance joining us live now with a closer look at the problem and what Baltimore County Police are doing to try to stop what's been happening. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right, Tom and Patrice. Kia and Hyundai thefts have increased significantly this year, specifically models made between 2015 and 2021. Now, Baltimore County Police say it's because of a safety feature that's missing from those cars, making them easier to steal. And oftentimes, police are finding that it's juveniles who are committing these thefts.
For the Hyundais and Kias in particular, this is a juvenile issue. We see just constantly juveniles, 11, 12, 13-year-olds driving these cars, stealing these cars, and they get released and they go home and they do it again.
That was Sergeant Stephen Sunderland with the Baltimore County Police Auto Theft Task Force. He says they've seen a 933% increase in Hyundai thefts and a 433% increase in Kia thefts in 2023 compared to 2022. The task force is educating the public on the problem so that they are aware, as well as giving away free steering wheel locks to prevent cars from being stolen. So far, they've given out nearly 200 locks, but Sergeant Sunderland says the concerns go beyond just stolen cars.
This is a very big problem. And one of the other problems is with stolen cars in general is that cars get stolen and then are used in violent crimes.
So would you say in 2023 already you're seeing an increase in crime that you can attribute to the fact that there's an increase in auto theft?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen lookouts for all types of violent crimes, and it's Hyundai, Kia.
Now, both Kia and Hyundai are offering free software and technology upgrades for those models at risk of being stolen. Also, Baltimore County Police are hosting another steering wheel lock giveaway. That's coming up this Friday. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Today, Mayor Brandon Scott will be giving his State of the City address. Topping our next half hour, what we can expect him to highlight in his speech.
We are cooler today and tomorrow before warming up later this week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at just how the wind will impact our temperatures. That's all coming up. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Rain in Alabama made for some great rainbow sightings earlier this week. These photos were captured near Mobile. In Utah, it was snow that made for some great scenes, like this buffalo covered in a fresh dusting of snow. In western Montana, it was horses who had to deal with their latest snow. But clear skies in Pennsylvania led to this stunning shot just before dawn.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
6:40 is your time right now. We're just 20 in front of 7 o'clock on your Monday morning, looking out over the city this morning. And we still have some cloud cover kind of left over. Overall, mild conditions right now. We are tracking breezy conditions for the afternoon. That wind is going to pick up and basically stay with us for the next couple of days. On your morning drive, looking good. Upper 50s and lower 60s, but dry conditions as you're heading out there on the roadways. And our 3 TCAS today, tonight, tomorrow, 69 for our high. We dropped to about 50. So definitely a colder morning tomorrow, and tomorrow afternoon only in the mid 60s for our highs. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, 6:41, and now to a recall alert for you this morning.
Some Honda and Acura owners will start being notified about a seatbelt recall on their car.
450,000 Honda vehicles being recalled because the front seatbelt can potentially unlatch, which could cause injuries if a crash happens. So far, no injuries or deaths have been reported, but roughly 300 claims regarding the issue have been filed. Vehicles from 2017 to 2020 affected. Those models include the Acura RDX, Accord Hybrid, CR-V, Insight, and Odysseys.
A congressional hearing happening today in New York on crime. Why Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is calling it a political stunt.
As a Boston College baseball team travels home, their bus burst into flames in White Marsh. The scary events leading up to that massive fire that's coming up after the break. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Topping your morning rush, scary moments from a Boston College baseball team as they made their journey home from North Carolina. This is what's left of their bus after a tire blew out while they were traveling in White Marsh. Now, the bus filled with smoke and then with flames. No one was hurt. Some good news there, and the coach says they were able to save most of their equipment.
Yeah, there's the bus right there. On the left, you see just the burned out remains of that. Then on the right, in Baltimore, police say a car crashed into a house along Washington Boulevard in Pigtown. Officers say the driver had minor injuries. No one else was hurt. Police are investigating what caused that crash.
Now, it was another violent weekend in Baltimore City as the violence comes as the mayor is preparing to give his State of the City address tonight.
Olivia Dance is joining us live with a preview of the mayor's State of the City. And Olivia, there are people who are criticizing the mayor, saying that he could be doing more.
Yeah, Patrice, they are. And the mayor's State of the City address is happening at 7:30 this evening. And while we expect him to highlight the accomplishments of his administration, we spoke with many residents here in Baltimore who are feeling hopeless with the current state of the city. Residents have concerns about the violence, specifically among juveniles. Now, they tell us they blame city leaders as well as parents for the problems. The mayor's State of the City address will take place at the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center, and city council members will also be there. Coming up in about 15 minutes, hear more of those frustrations directly from city residents. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. A 12-year-old shot is now one of the city's youngest homicide victims.
And Taylor Stewart is joining us live with an update on this investigation. Taylor.
Old. Police do not have a shooter or a suspect in this case. That's something they're working to gather. But I tell you, he's one of 3 victims this weekend under the age of 18 who were shot in Baltimore. Coming up, we'll tell you how this investigation is playing out and why one law enforcement expert thinks this curfew could impact juvenile violence in the months ahead. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Taylor. The House Judiciary Committee will be holding a congressional hearing in New York today to talk about crime, and in particular, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with how this is all expected to play out. Megan?
Guys, Bragg, if you remember, he is the one who is actually prosecuting former President Trump for alleged business fraud and, of course, related to the hush money payments ahead of the 2016 election. According to today's meeting agenda, we're hearing that they're going to examine how Bragg's pro-crime, anti-victim policies have led to an increase in violent crime and a dangerous community for New York City residents. New York City has seen an increase in crime in recent years, including before Bragg took office in 2022. But data from the NYPD shows that so far this year, murder, rape, robbery, burglary, and shooting incidents are all down from the same time a year ago. Felony assaults and grand larceny are up. And AmericanViolence.org putting New York City's murder rate below that of other large U.S. cities, including Philadelphia, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, and Los Angeles. Bragg is calling today's hearing a political stunt because of his decision to pursue a criminal case against former President Donald Trump. Among those expected to testify today against Bragg, New York City Council member and Democrat Robert Holden. He is calling on Bragg to be removed from office. Taking you live to New York City here this morning, where that hearing is set to begin at 9 o'clock this morning. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center. Back to you, Tom and Patrice.
6:48. Thank you, Megan. Yeah, we need to find out exactly just if it's going to continue raining or the wind will leave.
You know, coming off vacation and having to set the alarm clock, you don't want to wake up before the alarm clock, which is what I did when the rain came through last night.
Some of those storms, shaking the windows a little bit.
Oh, it did.
And we had that on Saturday, too, guys, when we had some areas that picked up some hail as well as those storms went. Heavy rain as well. All of that is done, and now it's the wind. So now we have to worry about our precious TV hair today, and it is not going to be precious unless we stay in the studio all afternoon. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, we are going to see that wind that is going to pick up. We still have a lot of cloud cover out there. The rain is done for now, so we're not talking about any more rain. In fact, we're going to be dry for the next couple of days. Temperatures have dropped to the upper 50s, 59 officially in Towson right now. But look at that northwest wind, about 13 to 15 miles an hour, and we have seen some stronger wind gusts as well. Notice on our HD radar, even with those clouds, we are dry and not tracking any rain. It's the cold front that is moving off toward the east, and what's left behind that is the drier air and that wind that is going to be with us. In fact, some of those wind gusts already at about 18 to 23 miles an hour from Gaithersburg up toward Westminster, moving out toward the eastern shore as well. Taking a look at our future scan, this is what the wind's going to do later today, more from the south and the southwest at about 10 to 20 to 30 miles an hour. Wind is going to be with us through the evening and into tomorrow as well. So a couple of breezy to windy afternoons, more of a westerly southerly component to the wind for tomorrow afternoon. And then finally by Wednesday, still not seeing as much in the way of wind, but it'll still be a bit breezy. Next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us, we'll keep those temps in the 50s here. Sun is already up, I should say, and is down tonight at 7:46. And if you're hanging out there at Fed Hill, we're talking about 60 in the 10 o'clock hour. Overall, as we take you into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour, numbers will get to the mid to upper 60s. And even for about 4 or 5 p.m. this afternoon into the evening time, still hanging into those upper 60s, but not those 80s that we saw yesterday. Even though we had the cloud cover, still hit 80 degrees in Baltimore. Looking for a high of 69 today, 66 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, mid 60s in Bel Air, Eastern Shore also in the upper 60s. And up and down the 95 corridor, you're seeing those temps in the 60s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. Colder in western Maryland with upper 50s expected today. Could see a couple of pop-up showers as well for the western part of our state, especially that upslope flow along some of the mountain locations late tonight into early tomorrow morning. But overall, that rain and all of that moisture moves out of here, and we've got drier conditions ahead for all of us here in Maryland. Cinco de Mayo, 18 days from right now. We're inside of 4 weeks from Mother's Day. Memorial Day is just 6 weeks from today, the unofficial start to summer, with 65 days until that summer solstice. Now, those temperatures will start feeling a little more summer-like again into Thursday and Friday with low to mid 80s on the way, but we've got a couple of cooler days ahead before we get there. Our next chance for rain comes this weekend.
Well, still to come this morning, we celebrate National Volunteer Week, the health benefits of giving back.
And you could put that to the test this weekend by volunteering locally. The details behind Athletes Serving Athletes as it prepares to host its 15th Run Fest.
And the Monday after a vacation, this right here is a welcome sight for me.
Oh, yeah, I'm already on round 2 at 6:51 in the morning. It's time for a coffee break.
like 8 or 10 shots back to back. It did sound like maybe a rifle or something like that.
But he didn't deserve to die that way. Nobody does. And it's a devastating loss to me. I believe that there is a lot of unknown violence that happens out here.
A 12-year-old is shot and killed in Baltimore over the weekend. Neighbors say the shooting sounded like a war zone. Police Commissioner Harrison saying that based on the shell casings, they do believe an assault rifle was used in the shooting. Political commentator Armstrong Williams is joining us this morning. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Patrice, and happy 20 years with WBFF.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes.
For this young kid, the commissioner visibly upset talking about it, not only about the murder, but also about the fact that there was an assault rifle used in this shooting. Should we not all be outraged? I mean, just on the warpath that a 12-year-old is shot multiple times with an assault rifle?
Well, if the majority of these crimes happen because of assault weapons, but the majority of them happen by handguns. Sometimes people use knives. Sometimes they use vehicles. I don't think it's the issue of whether it's an assault rifle. Where were his parents? I mean, a 12-year-old, no one wants, I listened to Harris talk about assault rifles. I listened to the emotions. I read his story. No one talks about his parents. No one talks about his relatives. They talk about how horrific this situation is. What is a 12-year-old doing out at that time of night? And we keep hearing these stories over and over again, and somehow we think that the police department, the mayor, somebody's going to make a difference in this. You can take every gun off the street, Patrice, and these criminals and thugs will still have their firepower. The bottom line, it goes back to the family, it goes back to responsibility and accountability, and law enforcement and the mayor can't care more about your children and your neighborhood than you. And nobody wants to talk about that.
Well, the commissioner and the mayor, both of them at the press conference for this shooting, did ask the community for help. They say that someone knows who did this, and those people should come forward. What is it going to take for people to come forward, or is that never going to happen because they don't feel safe enough to do it?
Well, it hasn't happened because they would be perceived as a snitch, and their communities are destroyed. And instead, let's call this what it is. These are the projects. This is how they live. This is their way of life, whether we want to admit it or not. This is what they're accustomed to. They don't know anything else unless someone decides to go in and change this.
Well, that may be how a group, you can't say that the whole neighborhood, the whole block lives that way. A lot of those people are living in fear. They don't want this going on in their neighborhood. So I don't know that we can classify the whole neighborhood as this is what they're accustomed to.
I think you missed my point. It's exactly, they live in fear. They live in despair. They live with the fear of that they may not wake up the next morning, or they can walk down the street and get shot. These are the circumstances that they find themselves in. And no one seems to care, including them. People have lost hope. Law enforcement can't seem to do anything. The community doesn't want to communicate. And guess what? The situation will get progressively worse. And you and I will continue having these same conversations where it doesn't really change much unless the neighborhood decides to turn these criminals in and take the law in their own hands and work with law enforcement. Then and only then will it change.
We've been talking about the victims and even the perpetrators being younger and younger. So far this year, 6 children under the age of 18 have been shot and killed in Baltimore. So something does have to be done to keep this from becoming the norm.
It is the norm, Patrice. That's the sad part. And it does break our hearts that they're 12-year-olds, they're 13-year-olds. But these kids are so grown now, Patrice. A 12-year-old looks like 18 and 19-year-olds. The parents can't seem to give them guidance. They've given themselves to that community and the gang life. They watch social media. They get caught up in these gangs, and they think they're invincible. And the only opportunity they know is sometimes drugs and doing things that are illegal and immoral. And this is the price that we all pay, because we all pay a price for this.
Which sounds like we all have a responsibility in it as well.
Absolutely.
All right, Armstrong, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Scott will deliver his State of the City address as crime is out of control. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear from frustrated Baltimore residents.
Alabama police officers now investigating a deadly shooting at a 16-year-old's birthday party. The details about the young lives cut too short as dozens of victims recover this morning.
Our temperatures are going to be cooler over the next couple of days, and we have to deal with some wind as well. We'll take a look at that and if there's any more rain in our future. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's do this.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, April 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Let's get back after it. Work, school, we're doing it, right? Welcome back from vacation. Now let's go. Hitting the ground running.
Is there more coffee?
We'll get some for you. By the way, shout out to Rob and Sherry. Met them at Old Philadelphia Inn on Saturday.
Nice.
Yeah, so over there.
The OPI.
The OPI, yeah. It was nice in there, yeah. Had some good mozzarella sticks and a couple of cocktails. It was nice, so it was very good.
Time.
Rob and Sherry like watching the show. Let's take a look outside. Hopefully you like watching the show too, and we appreciate you making us a part of your morning routine. It is back to work and back to school here on this Monday. We do have that cloud cover that's out there, and that wind is already shaking this camera around here from our big live window at this time. Statewide, definitely cooler in Western Maryland. Most of us here in the mid to upper 50s for Westminster, Bel Air, and Baltimore. 61 your temp in Annapolis at this hour. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Just kind of hang on to that steering wheel because that wind stays with us over the next few hours, and numbers staying in the upper 50s and lower 60s. Should top out about 69 today, so definitely cooler than the lower 80s that we saw yesterday, but the rain is done. However, we replace that with some wind. We'll talk about how long this wind is going to stay with us this week coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom, how are we looking on the roads?
Looking great, actually. Not too bad at all. Lens Solar Traffic Network, looking at this map right here. You see a little bit of the yellows, and that's just because of the volume. Some of them are starting to slowly turn orange and then into red. Everybody else are moving along in the green.
7:01 now and making headlines this morning. Baltimore is seeing yet another violent weekend. 4 people were shot, leaving a 12-year-old dead and 2 other minors injured.
The violence comes as the mayor prepares to give his State of the City address tonight, where he's expected to recognize his department's accomplishments so far. But critics say the mayor could be doing more.
Baltimore is not the only city to see gun violence this weekend. Police are investigating a deadly mass shooting in Alabama. At least 4 people are dead following a 16th birthday party. More than a dozen teenagers hurt.
And we have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Megan Gillen will be joining us from the Live Center with more information about that Alabama shooting and the search that's happening now.
Before that, Taylor Stewart will join us live with more details on the death of the 12-year-old and how neighbors are describing the scene. But we begin with Olivia Dance this morning. She is joining us live with a preview of the mayor's State of the City address tonight. Olivia?
Yeah, Patrice, so Mayor Scott's State of the City address is happening at 7:30 this evening. And while we expect him to highlight the accomplishments of his administration, many residents that we spoke to are feeling hopeless with the current state of Baltimore. Take a listen to their concerns.
Got kids killing kids out here like they fighting in a war.
Nothing in this city is being accomplished. It's falling apart. For one, it's more guns on the street than it is police. They're cutting programs, they're cutting funding, and then they expect us to come back out here in society and win.
As you just heard, residents have many concerns about the state of the city, from the violence to the leadership of Baltimore. Fox 45 News asked residents who they blame for the problems, and some said leaders, while others blame parents. The mayor's State of the City address will take place at the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center, and city council members will also be there, though it will be interesting to see if Mayor Scott addresses any of these residents' concerns. Of course, you can get the latest updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Olivia. This month, Baltimore City has seen a murder each day, 17 total homicides. And over the weekend, yet another young person falling victim to the gun violence. Taylor Stewart is joining us live with the latest on that 12-year-old who was shot and killed over the weekend. Taylor.
Patrice, 12 years old. This gun victim died on Saturday, according to police. He's one of the city's youngest victims in the city at this point. Now, we do know that this happened on Maciel Court, and investigators are trying to piece together what exactly happened. But based on what they found, they say those shell casings are reminiscent of an assault rifle that could have been used in this deadly attack. Now, this comes on the heels of Mayor Brandon Scott's curfew announcement that young people will need to be in the house before 10 p.m. But we spoke to a law enforcement expert, Tyrone Powers. He says that the curfew could possibly change how teenagers, police, and young people respond to overnight gun violence.
This horrific number of young people who are being hurt, shot, harmed in the city. Young person shot down with a semi-automatic machine gun. I mean, this is craziness. It's a message to parents that there is a curfew, and many parents will enforce that curfew themselves once they know it's in place. So you're taking young people who may not have been involved in crime or actions out of harm's way, because now the parents are aware that there is an issue and that there is a need for the child to be in the house.
Now, right now on social media, there's been an outpouring of support for the family who lost their 12-year-old son. But he is just one of at least 3 juvenile victims who've been at the center of gun violence this past weekend. In the next half hour, we'll tell you about the triple shooting that happened just overnight and the latest on that investigation. For now, we're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Taylor. And this 12-year-old boy is the latest juvenile to be killed in Baltimore. Friday, police identifying a 16-year-old who was killed last week as Cameron Murphy. Now, Fox 45 News reaching out to Baltimore City Public Schools to find out more about Murphy. They told us that he was not enrolled in a city school this year. In March, 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was shot and killed at a park right near his high school during school hours. In January, 15-year-old LaRon Henderson was killed just blocks from Forest Park High School. And then just weeks before that, 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey was killed in a shooting right near his school at the Evanston Shopping Village Center during school hours. Those are just some of the 9 children who were killed this year. People we spoke with say they are afraid for the city's young people.
Kids feel at this point there's no consequences.
What the kid had to do with it, you know? That's what makes this stuff crazy.
Fox 45 News has pressed the mayor about what he is doing to keep children safe and about his summer crime plan, but he hasn't given many answers. He did announce that the city will start enforcing a curfew Memorial Day weekend. That announcement came after 2 teenagers were hurt in a shooting in the Inner Harbor. It happened while hundreds of young people gathered there. One city leader we spoke with says something needs to change.
I understand the lack of police officers, that we have a shortage of close to 500, but they must be held accountable. We can't just continue to let them run and do everything they want to do.
We don't have enough officers to prosecute and police carjackings and murders. The notion that we have cops on the streets to round up 15 and 16-year-olds staying out past 10 p.m., I just think the mayor is giving the impression that the people of Baltimore are stupid. He's always claimed that the Western District is down. It leads the city in murders this year. We've had 18 murders in the last 15 days, and you hear the mayor tweeting about fire alarms.
Well, some say a curfew still doesn't go far enough, saying that what the city should do is reinstate the controversial stop and frisk. Not everyone agrees with that.
It is a prevention to many crimes. They had the crowd the weekend before, another crowd. Now you see this, all of this commentary and information on social media. It's a combination of things, and that 100% would have been a voluntary stop.
That advice leads to how departments face class action lawsuits and how they get sued. Simply a large gathering of juveniles is an insufficient reason for the officers to violate everyone's constitutional rights by simply patting everybody down.
Well, the corrupt gun trace task force abused the stop and frisk policy, so it's now one of the areas regulated in Baltimore's consent decree.
We want to hear from you. Do you think stop and frisk should be reinstated given the recent violence? So far, 93% of voters responded yes. You can weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
7:08 right now, police in Alabama are searching for information and possibly a suspect after a deadly shooting at a 16-year-old's birthday party.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we know at this hour. Megan.
A lot unfolding here, guys. What we know this morning is that police in Dadeville, Alabama, they are asking, quote, we've got to have information from the community, asking for anyone to come forward after 4 people were shot and killed, 28 others injured during a Sweet 16 birthday party on Saturday. family members now identifying 2 of the 4 killed in the shooting. You see them here, Phil Dowdell and Shankivia Smith. We're told Dowdell was a senior who was committed to play football for Jacksonville State University. He was at the party celebrating his sister's birthday when he was shot and killed. Smith's cousin, meantime, among the more than 200 people who attended this community prayer vigil. It was held yesterday for the victims. She says moving forward, it's going to be difficult for her.
It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. Like, Shankivia ride me to school, so it's going to really hurt knowing I don't have to go pick her up anymore because of the situation.
Authorities say of the dozens of others injured, some are listed in critical condition. We're told most of the victims are teenagers. At this hour, there is no information about any suspects or any motives. We know the White House, as we take you there live, is closely monitoring the situation, supporting local officials and law enforcement. President Biden once again calling on Congress to take action to stop gun violence. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you. 7:10. We need to get another look at the forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers here. And yeah, we're talking about no more rain. Let's start there, right?
Yeah, exactly right, guys. Good morning. Drying out a little bit. I know we had some showers, thunderstorms. Definitely good to get some of that rain and with as dry as we've been. But we're going to be in a dry stretch here with the wind being the biggest issue over the next couple of hours. Now, still a lot of that cloud cover is hanging around right now from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam in Towson. And temperatures right now are also on the mild side. 50s here for Cockeysville and Baltimore, 59 in Rosedale, 60 in Essex and Middle River. A little cooler in western parts of our viewing area. Eldersburg at 54. Same number for you there in Owings Mills. We're at 61 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Overall kind of mild conditions with upper 50s and lower 60s. And we're going to see our highs today that will be quite a bit cooler. Low to mid 60s for Westminster and Eldersburg, 65 in Reisterstown, mid 60s for Cockeysville, and even 66 in Perry Hall and White Marsh today. We're back with your full forecast. What we're going to do is talk about how long this wind is going to stick around and if we've got some rain in our future as well. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. Here's a look at the top stories making your headlines this Monday morning. Yet another shooting involving teens. Just ahead in our next half hour, the latest triple shooting and what we are hearing about the victims' conditions.
And Baltimore County Police are seeing a major increase in auto thefts this year. The plans they have in place now to prevent even more thefts. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
National Volunteer Week, and medical professionals want to remind you of the mental and physical benefits of volunteering, the stress and anxiety reducing feeling of community accomplishments. Joining us now for this week's Monday Morning House Call, Director of Volunteer Services at GBMC, Carmen Beza. Good morning.
Good morning, Tom. Thank you for having me.
Sure. Tell us about this, though. You read about this. What are the health benefits? And you think, okay, for those who are being served here from those volunteers. No, this is actually for the people doing the serving.
Absolutely. And this is such a great question, and it's a great topic to talk about. Volunteering is good for your mental health and your physical health. For so many folks, volunteering provides a sense of purpose. It can decrease depression and loneliness. And especially for our volunteers who are retired, they spent a career building up their social network and friends, circle of friends. And so that sudden loss of that network can be challenging. So volunteering gives them a sense of community with like-minded individuals and new friendships. And then as far as physical activity, we all know exercise is good for us. But there are a lot of active roles in the hospital where they can get exercise. For instance, if we have patients who go to the wound care center, they have painful and chronic conditions. Our volunteers can push them in a wheelchair to and from and get them where they need to go. And so not only is it purpose, but it's great exercise. So we have a lot of volunteers in their 80s and 90s, and I'm convinced that their healthy lifestyle, is supported by their volunteerism. And I think our most active volunteer is 90 years old, and I tell her all the time I want to be her when I grow up.
Carmen, there's also, I know that I was also reading about how it's just kind of like stress relief. Not only are you talking about the networking here and feeling that accomplishment, learning more, especially for the retirees, but even younger adults can get stress relief from just volunteering.
Absolutely, absolutely. It can take your mind off of things. Again, it's those endorphins from the exercise. They can get involved in something like Nearly New, which is, if you've never been to Nearly New, it's our big sale that we do twice a year. The volunteers that work there are some of the most industrious people I've ever met. They're taking those donations and taking a warehouse and turning it into an amazing store all in a matter of months. And you talk about purpose and fulfillment. They're getting exercise and they're raising much needed funds for the hospital. All proceeds go to patient care.
Last question for you then. If we would like to volunteer with GBMC, where can we go to find out, okay, what volunteer opportunities are available?
Sure. They can go to our website, gbmc.org/volunteers, and they can apply directly online to either our adult program, college program, or our high school programs.
Carmen Beza, thank you so much with GBMC. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom.
7:18 now. We want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what this new work week is going to bring.
Well, no. I'm just thinking. I have a thought.
Okay.
So today,
I thought he was shushing.
No, I would never do that. No, National Cheese Ball Day. Now, I don't know if that means like the cheesy poofs thing or that weird cheese ball that weird person brings to your party that has nuts around it that nobody eats. Do you know what I'm talking about, what those things are?
That you get your little
you dip in there and
yeah.
there was like nuts on it. You're like, who brought this? Dave? Did Dave bring this? Anyway, it's Cheese Ball Day. I like cheese balls. I like the cheesy poofs. That's what I like, and those little round things. Either way, good morning to you. Gets all the orange on your fingers. Weather headlines, looking outside right now, we are seeing temperatures in the upper 50s. Going to add about 10 degrees to our high temps today. It will be cooler, so not that 80-degree number we saw yesterday. Breezy conditions, and we are staying dry this week, so not tracking the rain. Ahoy, boaters and watermen. Now, look, we've got a small craft advisory. It is going to be gusty today. Wind out of the west at 10 to 15 knots, gusting to 20 knots throughout the afternoon. Those waves in the 1 to 2 foot range. Low tide at Fort McHenry at 11:43 this morning. Back to high tide at 5:31 this afternoon. Now, temps not looking too bad, but again, definitely want to watch for the wind. Same thing today with pilots. A lot of crosswind that you're going to have to deal with because more of the westerly wind for a lot of our north-south facing runways out there for the afternoon. HD radar is all quiet, finally not dealing with the rain showers and those storms. Snow in the upper Midwest and parts of Chicago where the Sox just lost to the O's, and the O's are back in our region, back here at home coming up at the end of this week. But there's the cold front that has moved through the area. So on the back side of that is that wind that is going to pick up. And you actually see that here on our future scan, more of a southwesterly and westerly wind into the 3 and 4 o'clock hour this afternoon, anywhere from about 25 to 30 miles an hour. And then still hanging with the wind for tomorrow. That westerly wind will be turning a little bit more northwest, but still going to be a breezy to windy afternoon. That's going to bring in those cooler temperatures. It will feel cooler as well. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, no need for the umbrella or the rain gear. 59 this hour with mid-60s through noontime into the mid to upper 60s, breezy conditions for the afternoon. Golfers hitting the links today on our forecast. We'll see those lower 60s by 9 a.m., mid-60s through noon, probably at least a 1, if not a 2 club wind on the way for you this afternoon. You got to club up a little bit. Here's that 7-day forecast, keeping the wind tomorrow, but look at those temperatures dropping by about 5 degrees. So mid-60s tomorrow after our close to 70-degree reading today. We're back to 71 Wednesday, and notice those 80s return on Thursday and as we head toward the weekend. What's going on the roads right now?
Well, let's see. So far, so good. Looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, you see all the green on the map there? Everything moving pretty smoothly out on the roads this morning. No incidents or accidents to report. Let's get a live look now from our Lynn Stoller mobile track out on 32, coming up on 70, and he's moving along. No issues for him at all there. Well, Earth Day is coming up this Saturday, and that gives many people the opportunity to enjoy the beauty of nature. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to prepare you with a workout for all of your outdoor adventures.
The ASA Run Fest happens this Saturday. We'll tell you all about it coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the Athletes Serving Athletes Run Fest.
Oh, it's so Baltimore, and now is the time to take the challenge and support the Wingman program.
Athletes Serving Athletes is hosting its 15th Run Fest this weekend. Meanwhile, Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live with more, and it's going to be a beautiful weekend for it, Mark.
That's right, we're excited. A beautiful weekend. Julia is here, and Julia, 15 years. This is going to be another exciting one. Great weather. Tell us about tell us how you're feeling about it.
I'm excited. It's our 15th anniversary Run Fest. We've been doing this for 15 years. Our organization celebrating 15 years of serving people with disabilities in our communities. So we're pumped to get 1,000 people together. We're going to race. We're going to play games. We've got Barley's Backyard coming and doing an orange crush bar for the parents and popcorn and, snowballs for the kids. So it's going to be a really fun day this Saturday. And hopefully it doesn't rain.
That's right. Are people all in? Are we seeing, are people back after COVID, full participation? Are the numbers up?
They are. This is actually on track to be our biggest race ever.
All right.
So we're super pumped about that. All of our athletes are coming in from all over the region to race with us. So 1,000 people, our athletes living with limited mobility, our wingmen runners, and just runners and supporters from our local communities all coming together.
I love it. Athletes, supporting athletes. I mean, also what's amazing is I remember when my daughters were little, and they had the strollers and the different. There's so much advancement in that now, right? All the vehicles and the way you can help out. It seems like it's much easier now.
Yeah, all of our athletes use the advanced mobility joggers, and we race in like 85 races a year. We do 200 trainings a year, and we use these joggers every time that we run. We have our volunteer runners pushing, and our athletes with limited mobility experiencing racing alongside their able-bodied peers.
I love it. It's going to be a great weekend. We're here this morning checking in. You find out all about it and how you can participate coming up, guys.
All right.
Yeah, it sounds like the landscapers are excited to be out there with you, Mark.
There's 50 landscapers out here right
Seriously,
now.
we hear them. They're very busy. I appreciate it, Mark. If you'd like some more information about racing and being a wingman, just go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, the work week is starting off with some cooler temperatures.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we'll be seeing the temperatures back in the 80s again.
Baltimore County Police are seeing a major spike in auto thefts so far this year. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what police are doing to try to stop this. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 7:30 is the time now. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to find out exactly how warm it's going to get. And really, if the kids are heading down to the bus stop right now, do they need an umbrella?
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers. He has that answer.
Well, all the rain is pretty much done, guys. No need for the umbrella, but hang on to your hats today because that wind is going to be with us over the next couple of hours and next couple of days, for that matter. As we take a look outside right now, still a lot of cloud cover out there from our Mile 1 Auto Group here in Towson. And numbers right now are mainly in the mid to upper 50s. A little cooler to the west in Frederick and Westminster, almost 60 in Baltimore. And we're at 61 in Annapolis with some lower 60s for you on the eastern shore this morning. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go on your drive, upper 50s for the next few hours, and we are staying dry. We'll top out in the upper 60s for this afternoon, but notice tomorrow we're quite a bit cooler, only mid 60s for most of us, and then we're right back to the lower 70s on Wednesday. And again, that does come with some wind, especially for the next 2 days. We're going to break this down a bit further for you coming up in my full Weather Authority forecast, just about 15 minutes or so from right now. Back to you.
All right, let's take a look at the Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And it's been a great morning out on the roads as you're taking a look around there. Just the normal volume, and that is creating some very minor delays in some parts of the region. But other than that, you're looking good. 7:31 and now to a city in crisis. Teenagers are once again at the center of gun violence.
Police are investigating a triple shooting in northeast Baltimore.
Taylor Stewart is live downtown with more on that investigation. Taylor.
Well, this morning, we know at least 2 of those 3 victims are listed in critical condition, according to BPD. Now, they've not named a suspect or a shooter in this case, but just around 9 o'clock last night, we heard investigators were called out to the area right around Colvin Street. When they got there, they found a 17-year-old. That 17-year-old was shot in the head. Well, then later, 2 additional people came to the hospital themselves, a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old. That 17-year-old was shot in the chest. That 18-year-old shot from behind. So obviously a serious shooting here. Now, according to investigators, or rather a witness, she heard a barrage of bullets while she was at work. Take a listen to what she saw.
I heard boom, 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 and I was like, what was that? I still got goosebumps a little bit because it was so many shots.
Now, a quick look at the safety and accountability dashboard put up by Mayor Brendan Scott's office shows that the city has so far cleared 49 death investigations related to homicide. But we just checked with BPD for the latest stats for homicides this year. Now, in 2022, there were 98 homicides this time this year. In this year, we have 82. So it is down, but it's still the city's youngest victims who are at the center of gun violence. We'll keep you updated here. We're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Well, Fox 45 News spoke with former city prosecutor Thuru Vignarajah about the weekend violence, and he says city leaders need to take actual action opposed to just tough talk.
Look, we know that there is a formula to drive down gun violence and repeat violent offenders and juvenile crime. We know it because we did it back a decade ago. We had gotten murders below 200. This wasn't an everyday occurrence. And yet we see our politicians resorting to talking points instead of doing the proactive enforcement, the multi-defendant gang prosecutions, going after those investigations that take a few months to build, but to actually get these gangs and these gun offenders off the streets. Tough talk is just that, and the criminals on the street know that that's not going to result in them being arrested or prosecuted or convicted.
Fox 45 News has pressed the mayor about what he's doing to keep children safe and about his summer crime plan, but he hasn't given us many answers. The mayor did announce that the city will start enforcing a curfew starting Memorial Day weekend. Some are saying, though, that a curfew doesn't go far enough and that what should happen is for the city to reinstate the controversial stop and frisk. The corrupt gun trace task force abused the stop and frisk policy, and it is now one of the areas regulated in Baltimore's consent decree. Turning now to counties under pressure. Baltimore County Police say they're seeing a major increase in auto thefts so far this year, specifically among Kia and Hyundai vehicles.
Now, in the first 3 months of 2023, 188 Hyundai and Kia brand cars were reported stolen in Baltimore County. Police say it is a problem happening across our country.
Olivia Dance joins us live with a closer look at the problem and what Baltimore County Police are doing to try to stop it. Olivia.
Tom and Patrice, that's right. Kia and Hyundai thefts have increased significantly this year, specifically models made between 2015 and 2021. Now, Baltimore County Police say it's because of a safety feature that's missing from those cars, making them easier to steal. And oftentimes, police are finding that it's juveniles who are committing these thefts.
For the Hyundais and Kias in particular, this is a juvenile issue. We see just constantly juveniles, 11, 12, 13-year-olds driving these cars, stealing these cars. And they get released and they go home and they do it again.
That was Sergeant Stephen Sunderland with the Baltimore County Police Auto Theft Task Force. He says they've seen a 933% increase in Hyundai thefts and a 433% increase in Kia thefts in 2023 compared to 2022. The task force is educating the public on the problem so that they're aware, as well as giving away free steering wheel locks to prevent cars from being stolen. So far, they've given out nearly 200 locks, but Sergeant Sutherland says these concerns go beyond just stolen cars.
This is a very big problem. And one of the other problems is with stolen cars in general is that cars get stolen and then are used in violent crimes.
So would you say in 2023 already you're seeing an increase in crime that you can attribute to the fact that there's an increase in auto theft?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen lookouts for all types of violent crimes, and it's Hyundai, Kia.
Now, both Kia and Hyundai are offering free software and technology upgrades for those models at risk of being stolen. Also, Baltimore County Police are hosting another steering wheel lock giveaway. That's coming up this Friday. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. The House Judiciary Committee will hold a congressional hearing in New York today to talk about crime, and in particular, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with how this is all expected to play out. Megan?
Guys, Bragg, as you know, he is the one who is actually prosecuting former President Trump for alleged business fraud related to hush money payments ahead of the 2016 election. Now today, according to today's meeting agenda, this hearing will examine how Bragg's pro-crime, anti-victim policies have led to an increase in violent crime and a dangerous community for New York City residents. New York City has seen an increase in crime in recent years, including before Bragg took office in 2022. But data from the NYPD actually shows that so far this year, murder, rape, robbery, burglary, and shooting incidents are all down from the same time a year ago. Felony assaults and grand larceny are up as you take a look there. According to AmericanViolence.org, New York City's murder rate is actually below that of other large U.S. cities, including Philadelphia, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, and Los Angeles. We know Bragg is calling today's hearing a political stunt because of his decision to pursue the criminal case against former President Trump there. As far as what to expect today, among those expected to testify against Bragg is New York City Council member and Democrat Robert Holden. He is calling on Bragg to be removed from office. Taking you live to New York City here this morning, where this hearing is set to begin at 9 o'clock this morning, just over 2 hours from now, just under 2 hours from now. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Mayor Brendan Scott will be delivering his State of the City address today. The concerns residents have as juvenile crime continues to rise.
And we're going to be in the upper 60s today, just ahead, when we can expect a warm-up to come our way. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 7:41 is your time right now. Our live window opening up and looking out over Camden Yards. Of course, the O's are above 500 by a couple of games. They'll be back there in the yard on Friday as the Tigers will be in town. But right now, our temperature statewide colder in western Maryland, only 39 in Oakland right now, 50 in Hagerstown, mid-50s for Frederick and Westminster, and mid to upper 50s for Baltimore and Bel Air. So out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, mild conditions, hopefully getting a little bit more sunshine as we head later into the day, but that wind is with us as well. And we'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few.
7:42 and making headlines, some scary moments for a Boston College baseball team as they were heading back home after a game in North Carolina.
Yeah, and this is what's left of their bus after a tire blew out right in White Marsh. The bus quickly filled with smoke and then flames. Now, thankfully, no one was hurt. The coach says they were even able to save most of their equipment. The deadline to address the debt ceiling is approaching just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour. How a default could impact you.
And a popular toy that your child might have could cause a trip to the hospital. Also ahead in our next hour, we're going to talk about the dangers of water beads. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $7:45, Harford County Executive Bob Castley releases his first county budget since taking office. The highlights include no increase in taxes and a focus on public safety and education. As part of our Your Voice series, County Executive Bob Castley joining us with a look at the priorities for the county. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you.
So as you were reviewing and preparing for this 2024 budget, you say that you were we're all, I guess, facing an uncertain economic time. So what was your mindset as you went into this process to be able to get the best outcome for those in Harford County and to not raise taxes, which I'm sure they're all happy to hear?
Yeah. Well, of course, it's a difficult economic year in the nation and the world and the state. And coming in, we're facing increased state-level mandates, unfunded state mandates on education and policing. So we really had to take a very conservative and fiscally responsible approach. But we want to maintain the level of services that our citizens deserve. So we reviewed everything very, very cautiously, and I think we've achieved a good balance that does provide for the the needs over the wants. I'm pleased with the effort we put out. I know it's not going to make everybody happy. When you do a fiscally responsible budget, there's always going to be folks who aren't too happy with the ultimate outcome. But I think it's a good budget.
Can you talk more about the funding for education? As you said, there were state mandates that needed to be considered. So what does the budget allow for, and how challenging was that?
Yeah. So look, we've fully funded, more than fully funded the state. Our educational budget over the last several years, and that's enabled our Board of Education to accumulate a fund balance of over $93 million. And coming into this year, my caution to them is, look, I just spent the last 4 months carefully reviewing every line in the county budget and our operations to really streamline and reduce costs. And I really encourage our board to do the same. To the extent they need additional fund, they need to tap into their $93 million surplus and spend that money, because I'll finish up the fiscal year with, I'm projecting just a $10 million budget surplus or fund surplus at the end. So we want to provide for our schools, but certainly the priority will be funding in the classroom and not funding in the offices. And there's way too much money going into the central office where most folks are still working remotely, and not into the classroom where teachers are working every day and doing an awesome job for our students. And that ought to be their priority, is the kids and not the administration.
Speaking of priorities, the number one priority for you said, was public safety,
yes.
And more money was allotted for
yes.
that. So what will that funding be used for?
Yeah, so we did do a salary adjustment for our police. Policing is very competitive these days. I have to keep that in mind as we move forward, that our police are under increasing pressure, so it'll go towards staffing both for our police and for our prosecutors, because we got to keep good people in office. If you don't pay for good talent, you won't get good talent, and so we're focused on maintaining what we've got and allowing the salaries to encourage good folks to enter policing and stay with it as a career. That's very important.
All right, County Executive Bob Casserly, thank you so much.
Thanks. Good to be here.
Well, it's 7:49, and we need to get another check of the forecast heading into a new week. And last week was beautiful.
It was.
Lots of sunny skies.
Yes, and then quickly it changed over the weekend. Much needed rain, Justin. It looks like it's kind of threatening behind you right now.
It does look threatening, guys. I went outside to do my Superman walk to try to get charged up with the sun. Didn't see it this morning. By the way, Havre de Grace, I was there. I was there yesterday. It was good. Yeah, Tidewater Grill. Had a lot of fun. We sat outside right there watching the trains go by on the train tracks and all the people out there on the water. It was about 80 degrees yesterday. So, yeah, we had a lot of cloud cover, but very nice and warm conditions and not much wind. Different story if you're going to try to eat outside later today, because those napkins and all the umbrellas are going to be flailing about. Wind out of the northwest, already about 18 to 20, and even some stronger gusts that we've seen just this hour. We're down to 59 your temperature right now in Towson. This is all behind that cold front that brought those rain showers and thunderstorms to the area over the weekend. That front is now well to the east of us. Back behind that is that wind and the drier and cooler air. Colder temps in Chicago. Look at the upper Midwest there. Snow is what they are waking up to this morning. Y'all can have that. We'll keep it nice and dry here. 15 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts just in the last hour or so. You can see those across the region for Cockeysville and Baltimore, out through the eastern shore up into Westminster. This is what's going on with our wind today. We're going to continue to see more of a southwesterly wind at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. Wind is going to be with us again tomorrow. More of a westerly component, and northwest as well in that 20 and 25 mile an hour range. So a couple of breezy to windy afternoons, but our temperatures are going to be cooler. Now, next hour, we'll see temps right about 59 if you're hanging out there in Fells, and we'll keep those temperatures climbing into the mid-60s by noontime. As I mentioned, right around lunch today, if you're going to try to eat outdoors, just know it will be breezy to windy, and upper 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for us for the afternoon. And check out some of our high temps. Low to mid-60s for Westminster and Frederick, mid to upper 60s for Cockeysville and Baltimore out toward the eastern shore. So our numbers are definitely cooler than what we saw over the weekend. And you can see up and down the 95 corridor, mainly keeping those temps in the 60s for today. Notice what happens tomorrow. We're actually going to drop below average. Then those numbers start climbing on Wednesday. And by Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we've got some widespread 80-degree temperatures on the way. Now, here's a look at our future scan. May get a couple of pop-up showers in western Maryland. We're talking in the mountains here late this afternoon and late tonight as well. But overall, we're going to be mainly dry here. This is a trough of low pressure, and that's going to help to pick up the wind as we get into Tuesday afternoon. By Wednesday and Thursday, a little bit less wind and drier conditions, and also those temperatures that will continue to heat up as we take you toward the end of the week. Really not going to track any rain, not until we get into this upcoming weekend. So notice those numbers here. As I mentioned, we're dry through Tuesday, 71 on Wednesday, then low to mid 80s through Friday, and then those showers start creeping back into our forecast into Saturday and Sunday. I know, right in time for the weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. A local Marylander will be on the upcoming episode of Jeopardy! Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, he will be joining us live here in studio with what to expect on today's episode.
And the Athletes Serving Athletes Run Fest goes down Saturday. We're here this morning. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Staying with Run Fest, one of the first things to get me running in the morning, it's a quick run over to the coffee machine.
And if you're out running errands this morning, the first stop should be for a coffee break. .55, the NFL draft right around the corner, and the big question still remains, will Lamar Jackson play another season as a Raven? That draft coming up on April 27th, and many are now looking into whether or not the new 1,000-yard receiver, Odell Beckham Jr., could entice Jackson. The Ravens sure hope so, but they've still had zero contact with Lamar this month.
Meanwhile, the deal is signed and Odell Beckham Jr. is a Baltimore Raven, 3 times Pro Bowler, officially introduced Thursday in Owings Mills and was asked a handful of questions relating to Lamar. OBJ did have a message for Jackson.
Lamar, I know if you're watching, I would love to get to work with you. I'll talk to these guys over here and hopefully that gets done. I think when you think about the Ravens, you definitely think about Lamar, and I know that that's something, I was excited about that possibility, and life's not certain.
All right, so this is what the Ravens wide receivers field looks like. You have Odell Beckham Jr., Rashad Bateman, who's coming off of foot surgery, Nelson Aguilar, Devin Duvernay, Tylan Wallace, and James Prochet.
We will be warming back into the 80s this week. Just ahead, when we can expect the next chance of rain in our forecast.
Mayor Scott will deliver his State of the City address as crime is out of control. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear from frustrated Baltimore residents. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, April 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. New work week here.
Yeah, and some interesting weather over the weekend, right? I mean, we had some showers, storms, especially where you guys live up in Westminster and Carroll County. Got hit with some hail, some heavy rain.
I didn't hear the storms. I heard you
saying
you did.
Oh my gosh, they woke me up at, it was
loud.
It was intense.
Loud and proud. That's how those storms came in. And yeah, those are all done now. All the rain has moved on for now. We're going to be talking about wind as we head into the later part of the day. Looking out at Camden Yards right now, overall, gray skies continue and our temperatures that are on the milder side. In fact, we're a little cooler this hour. 56 in Baltimore City, 55 in Cockeysville, mid to upper 50s, Rosedale, Essex out through Middle River, close to 60 for you in Glen Burnie this hour. So next couple of hours, those temperatures will steadily rise in the low to mid 60s, taking you through the 10, 11 o'clock hour. Overall for today, we do expect to see more sunshine. The wind will pick up as we head into the afternoon. We've already seen some wind gusts this morning, breezy for today, and temperatures in the upper 60s. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
let's be very clear. 12-year-olds should not be shot. A 12-year-old shouldn't live in a place or anywhere, especially in this country where people who clearly shouldn't have the access to have assault rifles.
We have new details in the deadly shooting of a 12-year-old caught in the crossfire of gun violence this weekend. 3 other people were shot as well, a 15, a 17, and an 18-year-old. They're all recovering from their injuries this morning.
The violence comes as the mayor prepares to give his State of the City address tonight.
He's expected to recognize his department's accomplishments so far, but critics say that the mayor could be doing more.
This morning, we have team coverage on a city in crisis. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will join us live with more on the scene from the 12-year-old shot over the weekend and killed.
But first, we start with Olivia Dance. She is live downtown with a preview of the mayor's State of the City address that's happening tonight. Olivia?
Yeah, so Mayor Scott's State of the City address is happening at 7:30 this evening. And while we expect him to highlight the accomplishments of his administration, many residents that we spoke to are feeling hopeless with the current state of Baltimore. Take a listen to their concerns.
Got kids killing kids out here like they fighting in a war.
Nothing in this city is being accomplished. It's falling apart.
For one, it's more guns on the street than it is police.
They're cutting programs, they're cutting funding, and then they expect us to come back out here in society and win.
As you just heard, residents have many concerns about the state of the city, from the violence to the leadership of Baltimore. Fox 45 News asked residents who they blame for the problems, and some said the leaders, while others blame parents. The mayor's State of the City address will take place at the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center, and city council members will also be there. So it'll be interesting, though, to see if Mayor Scott addresses any of these residents' concerns. Of course, you can get the latest updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, this month, Baltimore City has seen a murder each day, 17 total homicides. And over the weekend, yet another young person falling victim to the gun violence.
Taylor Stewart joining us live with the latest on the 12-year-old shot and killed over the weekend. Taylor, what are you learning?
Well, Megan Patrice, Baltimore police just confirming to us that that 12-year-old boy is Jalen Richards. They just released his identity. He is now one of the youngest gun victims here in Baltimore City so far this year. Investigators are still trying to piece together what exactly happened at Maciel Court and Collins Ferry Road Saturday just after 9 o'clock. They've not identified a shooter, but based on the shell casings they saw, they believe a high-caliber assault rifle was used in this deadly attack. Now, over the weekend, we learned more about the curfew announcement from Mayor Brandon Scott. That's set to go into effect Memorial Day weekend, rather. But we spoke to a law enforcement expert, Tyrone Powers. He says it's hard to say whether the curfew could have saved Jalen's life, but those parameters could have made sure he was not in the wrong place at the wrong time.
This horrific number of young people who are being hurt, shot, harmed in the city. Young person shot down with a semi-automatic machine gun. I mean, this is craziness. It's a message to parents that there is a curfew, and many parents will enforce that curfew themselves once they know it's in place. So you're taking young people who may not have been involved in crime or actions out of harm's way, because now the parents are aware that there is an issue and that there is a need for the child to be in the house.
Now, at this point, messages of support and mourning have been posted on social media for Jalen Richards. He's not the only young person this weekend who was involved in gun violence. We also know of at least 2 other young victims who were at the center of gun violence here in Baltimore. We'll tell you about them in the next half hour. But for now, we're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
8:05 right now. Police in Alabama are searching for information and possibly a suspect after a deadly shooting at a 16-year-old's birthday party.
We have Tom Rogers at our live center with what we know at this hour. Tom.
Yeah, reporters here now talking about this story, standing right in front of this dance studio where this happened. This is in Dadeville, Alabama, and the police there are asking the community members with any information to please come forward. In fact, after 4 people were shot and killed, let me take you to their post that they put here saying that we have it right here, where 4 people were shot and killed, others injured in that shooting at that dance studio Saturday night, and family members now identifying 2 of those 4 that were killed in the shooting as Phil Daldale and Shankivia Smith. And we're told Daldale was a senior who was committed to play football for Jacksonville State University. He was at the party celebrating his sister's birthday when he was shot and killed. And Smith's cousin among more than 200 people who were attending the community prayer vigil yesterday for those victims. And she says moving forward will be difficult for her.
It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. Like Shankivia riding me to school, so it's gonna really hurt knowing I don't have to go pick her up anymore because of the situation.
Authorities say of the dozen others injured, some are listed in critical condition. Now, we're told most of the victims are teenagers. At this hour, there's no information about any suspects or motives here. The White House says it is closely monitoring that situation and is supporting local officials and law enforcement. President Biden calling on Congress once again to take action to stop the gun violence. And also, we will be taking you live again to Boston, where the marathon is just about to start about 9 o'clock this morning. There's been some festivities already there, as you see some reporters coming in here. But this is 10 years after the bombing of Boston Marathon, the 127th running happening here in just a little less than an hour.
All right, Tom, thank you. More teenagers caught in the center of gunfire in the city. What we know so far about the latest triple shooting under investigation.
Baltimore County making moves to bring down the amount of car thefts. Just ahead, we ride along with the new part of the police department aimed at those rising thefts.
We've got cloudy skies right now. The wind is picking up, and we're going to see that stay with us for the next couple of days, along with some cooler temperatures. We'll talk about just how much these numbers drop coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.810 and happening now. Fighting intensifies in Sudan as two rival military groups fight for control of the country.
Clashes between Sudan's military and the Rapid Support Forces have been reported in at least 7 cities, including the capital, where the two groups are believed to have massed thousands of fighters each.
Sudan's Doctors Committee says more than 60 civilians have been killed in the crossfire. They predict dozens of more deaths among those fighting. Sudan has been under military rule since 2021, when the two groups jointly orchestrated a coup that derailed the country's transition to a democracy.
Now, as far as the war in Ukraine, roughly 130 prisoners of war are now back at home in Ukraine. They were released in an Orthodox Easter exchange with Russia, taking place in several stages over the last few days. It mostly included privates who were captured on the front lines. According to the Ukrainian government, many of the soldiers suffered concussions and had lost limbs. The Defense Ministry in Moscow says more than 100 Russian POWs have returned home from Ukrainian captivity.
Congress returns to session after their spring break. What they are hoping to accomplish when it comes to addressing the country's debt ceiling.
A congressional hearing happening today in New York on crime. Still to come, why Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is calling it a political stunt. 8:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Taking you live to our nation's capital as Congress returns from their spring break. An important item on their agenda is to address the debt ceiling. Right now, measures like delaying payments to certain retirement funds are being used to prevent the U.S. from defaulting. But these measures could run out by summer. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us live to weigh in. David, good morning. We know a new Republican plan would increase the debt ceiling for a year in exchange for spending cuts. Could this work?
Good morning, Megan. And this is really critical because the debt ceiling, and if you breach the debt ceiling, which they've already done, but if you go into default, this is really bad news for consumers because it's going to cost more money to borrow money. And that's going to have a trickle-down effect with car loans, with mortgage payments, and just trying to get credit. And that's why Congress has to address this. I mean, there's no other choice. And listen, I don't want them to raise the debt ceiling, but at this point, they're going to have to do it. And you mentioned the Republicans' plan. They do it with conditions. And those conditions are spending cuts. And what they need to do is they need to find some common ground here, spending cuts that don't affect government services or people receiving them. And there are ways to do this. So right now there's about $250 billion in improper payments, about $200 billion, people getting more than they should be getting from the government. This is easy. Don't give people more than what they should be getting from the government, $200 billion. There's $70 billion in unspent COVID funds. Now that COVID emergency has been declared over by the president, by virtually everybody, so that's $70 billion. And this is, the smart, responsible way of doing this. But there also needs to be a long-term plan. And Senator Rand Paul has said, if you cut 6 cents out of every dollar, you can balance the budget in 5 years. I mean, that's an amazing thing to hear, that 6 cents out of a dollar, if you cut that, we can have a balanced budget and not have these conversations anymore.
Is that doable, David?
I think it is. And once again, we're going to see both sides, trying to jockey for a position here. And, this has been happening since January. And my concern is that, this is almost like a 10-year-old kid on Sunday night coming to you and saying, I have a report due on Monday morning.
Right.
Congress does this all the time.
Every time.
And this is not good for the economy, because the markets get very nervous when they see the debt ceiling, when they see things like this. And this is so more critical than, a government shutdown, because this is the government's, credit rating in the world. And that's why it's such a big deal, and Congress has ignored it.
My question for you, David, it seems to me we do this all the time. We get down to that deadline. You're worried about this default, and then they just raise the debt ceiling. Is that what will continue to happen? Is that what you foresee?
Unfortunately, I think that's what's going to happen, because it's become political, and both sides are trying to get the upper hand. And we have an election year coming up, and it's really unfortunate because, again, the stock market could dip even further. We could see inflation go up as a result of this. And I hate this, right? I hate this political jockeying when they're messing with our money. And of course, the debt is bad for taxpayers because we're spending more than what we're getting in. So fundamentally, there is a problem, with the government spending more than what they're getting in, because I don't spend more than what I get in. You probably don't spend more than what you get in. And, people have to have a budget, a family budget. Congress doesn't do that. They don't look at it that way. They just spend money. Then they ask the other question, well, what are we getting in revenue? And that can't happen. We have to change that thinking in government.
All right. David Williams, thanks for weighing in. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's 8:18 now. We need another check of the forecast.
We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here with some answers.
Good morning, ladies, and taking a look at right now, the sun trying to break through some of that cloud cover that's been out there for most of the morning. We definitely had some showers, even some thunderstorms in the overnight for some of you, but all of that is done for now, and the wind is already picking up. In fact, our Towson reading right now at 56 degrees, wind out of the west-northwest about 15 to 20 miles an hour. More of that wind is going to be on the way as we take you through the rest of the afternoon and basically the next couple of days too. It's all behind this cold front, which has now moved to the east of us, and that is what brought the showers and storms over the weekend, and those warmer temperatures are gone, temporarily taking a little bit of a break from some of those warmer conditions that we've had. About 12 to 25 mile an hour wind gusts, what we've seen the last about 15 or 20 minutes for Cockeysville and Baltimore down through Annapolis. 24 mile an hour wind gusts reported there in Stevensville across the Bay Bridge and the eastern shore. So this is what our future scan wind gusts look like. We're talking about southwest wind at about 20 to 25 miles an hour through the afternoon. More of a westerly wind for tomorrow at about 20 to 25 miles an hour again. And it's going to feel cooler than that with those temperatures that will be near or even below average for tomorrow. But as for today, Hank the Bird is back. Good morning, Hank. There he is. Yeah, upper 50s through 9 a.m., mid 60s into that noon hour. Into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, Hank and his feathered friends enjoying some mid to upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties, northern Baltimore County over to Westminster in those lower 60s today. 67 in Towson down through Lutherville and Timonium. Close to 70 in Dundalk for you this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those mid to upper 60s for Columbia and Elkridge down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena right down across the bay. And that's where we take you now. Almost 70 right there in Chester today, while you'll be at 69 in Easton, Centerville at 68 for the afternoon on the eastern shore. Here's what's going on with our future scan. May still get a couple of pop-up showers in some of the mountains of western Maryland, the backside of the Appalachians later this afternoon and tonight as well. Tomorrow, less of a chance of that precip as all of that is moving off toward the east, and then we've got the drier air that's working back in behind that. Speaking of the eastern shore, Debbie over there in Chestertown, great shot of Eddie Montgomery, the cat right there, just kind of chilling and saying hello. Good morning to all of you. Our pet pics looking good. Thanks, Debbie, for sending that in. Love getting your pet pics. We'll keep putting them on TV. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. All right, here we go. Breezy conditions today. Cooler tomorrow. We're only going to get to the mid-60s on Tuesday. You'll definitely feel that with that wind. But back to the lower 70s, less wind on Wednesday, and then warming up nicely. 80s as we head toward the end of the week and closer to the weekend. That's going to be our next chance for rain. Patrice?
All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, and we're talking about the first accident we've really had to come across this morning, and it's blocking the left lane in Severn on Maryland 100 westbound, and it is causing a backup all the way to 97. So take some time if you have to go through that way, or you might want to find an alternate route. Taking a live look now from the Lynn Stoller Mobile Track 695 Inner Loop in Catonsville, all clear through that area.
Baltimore County Police are seeing a major spike in auto thefts so far this year. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what police are doing to try to stop this.
ASA Run Fest is going on this weekend. We're ready for a lot of fun. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the Athletes Serving Athletes Run Fest.
8:25, it's So Baltimore. Join in on the family fun and be a wingman this weekend.
Athletes Serving Athletes is making sure that everyone crosses the finish line. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live in Cockeysville with more on this. Mark?
Good morning, guys. So, Julia, tell us about the athletes that will be participating and also the different races, because we say athletes assisting athletes, but some of the people are like moms and dads too, right?
They are. So this weekend at our race, it's for any and everybody. We've got a little kids fun run. We've got a 1 mile walk. You can run the 1 mile if you want to. We've got the 5K. But then you'll also see our athletes participating with their Wingman volunteer runners. And those runners, if you like to run or if you hate to run, as long as you can run a 5K without stopping, you could be a volunteer with us. So we have elite runners, but we have people like me who are just happy to finish the race, all volunteering for our program.
And also, it's a great event for the family. The kids can come out, they can participate, and of course, there's goodies, there's things to play with. You got toys. I mean, so look, I know the trick. Bring the kids out. It's something to do that's exciting.
Yep.
It's supporting a great cause, you know, and it's always some fun things to do on the weekend, especially now at the beginning of the season, just to be outside and participate with that, right?
Yes, bring the whole family out. We have something for everybody. Even if one family member is participating in the race, bring everybody. We've got the kids zone, moon bounces, an obstacle course, face painting, free snowballs and popcorn, games, party favors. We'll wear your kids out.
Wow.
So that they can go home and take a nap.
Oh, it's a good time. Moon bounce and snacks. Come on, guys.
There you go.
Just do the bouncing first and then the snacks.
Yeah.
As a mom, there's an order you got to follow.
But wear them out so they'll nap. That's the big takeaway. All right, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, today we are cooler and breezy with highs in the upper 60s.
Coming up.
Shooting happening again here in Baltimore, and teenagers at the center of the gun violence. We'll tell you about the investigation and an update on their conditions just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News on a Monday, April 17th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it's the day before taxes are due.
Yay, and Monday. All
It's
of
a
that
Monday.
excitement in one fun day.
And no sun right now, really.
Man,
Yeah, all right.
Well, we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here, though. There's your bright spot this morning.
Taxes are done, right? You're done?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We got him. Look, Stratus knows what's going on. You know that.
Yeah.
Everybody
Gonna go hang out with him in a little bit. Yeah.
Huh?
Gonna go stop by and say hi to Stratus in a little bit.
Well,
yeah.
give him.
Is this your accountant?
It is.
It is.
Yeah. Traffic Jam Jimmy put us on Stratus, and now our world has brightened.
Changed
right?
for the better.
Yes.
Yes, we definitely like that. And we love all of you for being here with us on your Monday morning as we head outside right now. Taking a live look. Okay, well, there's a little bit of some of those clouds breaking up, some of the sunshine that you guys requested. It's coming. It's on the way as we get these clouds out of here over the next couple of hours. Just remember, boaters and watermen, there is a small craft advisory most of the day today. We're talking west wind and westerly wind about 10 to 20 knots, 1 to 2 foot waves today, so a bit choppy on the water. If you don't need to be out of the water, probably not a good day to be out there today. 69, though, for our high. It is going to be cooler this afternoon, and we're even colder tomorrow with mid-60s for your highs, right back to the lower 70s coming in on Wednesday. Back with you in just a few minutes. We'll take you through what we can expect the rest of this weekend if we have more rain in our future as well. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. And we have 2 accidents that we need to tell you about. First, you can see it on the map here. It's blocking the left lane in Severn. That's Maryland 100 westbound. It is causing a backup to 97. The second one is in Halethorpe, 95 northbound, right at 695. That accident's blocking the left lane. Take some time if you're heading in either of those directions.
I heard boom, boom, boom. There was some action going on outside. I seen some people running.
In a city in crisis, teenagers are once again at the center of gun violence.
And police are investigating a triple shooting in northeast Baltimore involving a 15, 17, and 18-year-old.
Taylor Stewart live downtown with more on this investigation. Taylor.
Yeah, that's right. So at this point, we know at least 2 of those victims
Today, the House Judiciary Committee will be holding a congressional hearing in New York to talk about crime and, in particular, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. We've got a live look here from New York City right now. House Judiciary Committee Ranking Mayor Jerry Nadler, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, and other violence prevention organizations holding that news conference as we speak about the committee hearing happening later today. Bragg, remember, is prosecuting former President Trump for alleged business fraud related to hush money payments ahead of the 2016 election. According to today's meeting agenda, the hearing will be examining how Bragg's pro-crime, anti-victim policies have led to an increase in violent crime in a dangerous community for New York City residents. New York City has seen an increase in crime in recent years, including before Bragg took office in 2022. But data from the NYPD shows that so far this year, murder, rape, robbery, burglary, shooting incidents, they are all down from the same time a year ago. Felony assaults and grand larceny are up. AmericanViolence.org, though, putting New York City's murder rate below that of other large U.S. cities, including Philadelphia, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, and Los Angeles. Bragg, meantime, calling today's hearing a political stunt because of his decision to pursue that criminal case against former President Trump. As far as who's expected to testify, we are expecting to hear New York City Council member and Democrat Robert Holden testify against Bragg. He is calling on Bragg to be removed from office. Again, in New York City live this morning, that hearing is set to begin at 9 o'clock. We'll keep you posted right here from our live center.
We are just one day away from Tax Day. Why this year's deadline is a little later than usual. And water beads are used as sensory toys among kids. After the break, the possible dangers they pose. 8:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
I read some
Water beads are the new highly popular sensory toy among kids. How little are they? Well, here's a pack of 100 of them, and parents should be aware of the dangers they pose if they let their children use them. Pediatrician with Mercy Medical Center, Dr. Ashanti Woods, he's joining us here this morning to explain. Dr. Woods, we're going to see if we can get your camera shot a little bit wider there, but in the meantime, we know water beads are used for sensory toys anywhere along the spectrum right here. Can you tell us exactly what they are?
Sure. So water beads are fun toys. They're used for all ages, for all people, actually. It's a great sensory toy, especially if you have a neurodivergent condition such as autism spectrum, such as ADHD. But again, I'm at my kid's school right now. If anybody here could use them, could play with them. Right. They're a lot of fun. They feel squishy. But as you know, the purpose of us talking about them today, they could be quite dangerous as well.
Right, quite dangerous. I mean, they're fun to play. In fact, Megan and I were sitting here as soon as they were brought in on the desk. You put your hand in there, you can see why they're used for sensory toys. I mean, just being able to feel the different, I guess, once they inflate, though, a little bit. The problem is right here, we've had these in the bowl for about 4 hours, we're told. And the problem is that they can inflate anywhere from 150 times the size to 1,500 times their size. And that's the issue when it gets ingested into a child's intestinal system, the blockage, because they're called, they're referred to as super absorbent polymer beads. So what do they do then? Why won't they break down in the gut?
Well, the concern is what they're made of. Acrylamide is designed to absorb and then swell. The other portion, the other part of this which is concerned is that they look like candy. They look delicious. Oh, yeah. And if I am a 3, 4, 5, 6-year-old, I want to see what that tastes like. And the way my brain is designed at that age, 4, 5, 6, is to explore by not only feeling it, but I want to taste it as well to see if it tastes as good as it looks. Well, when it hits our digestive system, when it hits the respiratory system, they can then swell. And as you mentioned, if it's swelling anywhere from 150 to 1,500 times, then we run into the issue of blockage. So some of the symptoms that we might see include vomiting, include abdominal distension or swelling, constipation. But the other thing we want to look out for is kids who have drowsiness. Parents who have to good thought and say, wait a minute, my kid's not looking the same, something that they want to bring up to their pediatrician or doctor. And the sad thing, Tom, is that this does not easily show up on an X-ray or a CAT scan. Right. So again, it's going to take the great history from the parents and then also some acumen from the doctor to see if, in fact, it's worth investigating further by other methods.
Dr. Woods, I mean, I know that it's very rare for fatalities from this, extremely rare, but still a lot of surgeries have been performed for kids, especially 3 and under. So we're talking about infants where they are just putting everything in the mouth, let alone, as you were just saying, seeing these things. I mean, it makes you want to kind of play with them. And as a small child, you definitely pop them in. The other issue, though, is that when they are in there and surgery is needed to be performed, if you are able to diagnose this, how long is the recovery for a child?
It's going to vary from child to child. It depends on how extensive the surgery is. There's something called laparoscopic surgery. That's where they kind of use the robot to make a small hole and go and get it using some instruments. And then there's another procedure where they have to do larger incisions and go in to get, if they can't get all the pieces, sometimes the instruments that surgeons use, you might think that you're going to go get this little bead, but if that bead ruptures or disintegrates into a lot of pieces, it becomes a little bit more extensive. So again, recovery could be anywhere from a week to perhaps several weeks. But supervision, if there's one take-home message for parents, it's going to be supervision, watching your kids very closely of all ages. And if you got bigger kids who are playing with this, you got your 10-year-old who's playing with this, who knows better not to eat or ingest it. Make sure the 10-year-old is not giving it to 3-year-old sibling.
Dr. Ashanti Woods with Mercy Medical Center, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Tom.
I'll tell you what, even if it's a 10-year-old, making sure that the younger, that they're not doing it too, I can see how that would be tempting.
10-year-old playing with the kitchen table and then all of a sudden just kind of walking away a little bit, their sibling comes by, doesn't understand what's going on or just wants to try it, I mean, it is fun. Yeah, they are attracting, never seen these. Especially the brighter colors for kids.
It's mesmerizing. It's crazy. Some good warnings there, though. Supervision,
100 beads right there in that bowl, so you see how quickly they can grow.
99.
99.
I
Sorry, you
broke one. I was trying to, though. I wanted to see what it took.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, you know, the original use for these were to keep agriculture and keep the moisture level there. So then it switched to other things. They're now found in diapers, lots of other things. But yeah, now going for sensory toys for kids. That's the danger.
You know, before this morning, I'd never even heard of these things.
Me neither, Justin.
That's interesting. But yeah, very good. Well, you know, speaking of the moisture you guys talked about, we are seeing that rain that rolled through here, especially over the weekend, even some of those thunderstorms as well. That's what we had to deal with as we headed into your Saturday and Sunday, even earlier this morning. Our weather headlines right now, we are getting a little bit more sunshine out there. We're in the mid 50s this hour. We're going to be in the mid to upper 60s as we take you later into the afternoon. Breezy and cooler for the day as well, and we're staying dry throughout the week. So even though we're a little bit mild right now, definitely cooler temperatures are on the way because that cold front has now moved off toward the east. Back behind that, we have the breezy conditions and the drier air. Not for folks in the Midwest. They're dealing with snow this morning. So you may have travel delays if you're trying to head up to Minneapolis, Chicago, up to Milwaukee. Just be aware of that as they have some snowy conditions in that part of the country. It's the wind that we're talking about here. Already seeing that 25 to 30 mile an hour wind gust. You can see a lot of that westerly wind that is blowing those clouds away. Will continue to kind of clear things out as we head toward the afternoon. Overall, kind of a southwest wind at about 20 to 25 miles an hour is what we're expecting today. And then another day with wind for tomorrow. Even though it will be cooler, we still have to deal with some wind. So it's going to feel even colder than those numbers in the 60s tomorrow. That westerly wind is going to be with us. And Wednesday, it does start to die down a little bit. But golfers, next couple of days on your forecast, upper 50s next hour and into the 60s through noontime. Probably at least a 1, if not a 2 club win for you today and also for tomorrow. Lower to mid 60s in western Maryland for Westminster and Frederick. 66 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Mid to upper 60s for Baltimore out toward the eastern shore for this afternoon. And up and down the East Coast, New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., all of us in those mid to upper 60s. So that's still of the above average category for today. In terms of rain, may see a few light showers in some of the mountains here late this afternoon and early tomorrow morning. Maybe even a few snowflakes flying there as well. And then as we head toward tomorrow afternoon, all of us are drying out, continuing to see that drier air move in as that ridge of high pressure slides overhead, and that dries us out and also warms us up toward the middle and end of the week. So check those numbers out. 64 tomorrow, but lower 70s on Wednesday. We're back to the low and mid 80s into Thursday and Friday. And then our next chance for rain, that comes in for this upcoming weekend starting on Saturday. Time to take a look at a view through your window, and look at this. Julie from Canton sent these kitties in, Motorboat and Linus. And they're just kind of chilling. Those are some cool cats right there in Canton. So all you cool cats and kitties, if you want to get your pictures in, well, we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
Thank you, Justin. 8:53, and that's right, it's tax season. Deadline to file your federal tax returns is tomorrow by midnight. Tax day is usually the April 15th, but the deadline was extended this year, and that's because the 15th fell on a Saturday and because today is Emancipation Day, which is a holiday celebrated in Washington, D.C. The deadline to file your state taxes also is here in Maryland. Tomorrow falls exact same way as the federal date there. Now, if you cannot meet the deadline, you should file for an extension immediately. Calling all Jeopardy fans, still to come this morning, we welcome a local Jeopardy contestant to the studio and talk about his experience on the show.
ASA Run Fest is going on this weekend. ASA Run Fest and Fun Fest. We'll talk about it coming up.
You know what's a lot of fun at 8:53 in the morning?
What's that?
Coffee.
Coffee's always fun in the morning. Yes, it is. Even better than those water beads they took away from us.
No, let's go ahead and run to the coffee break. Topping your morning business report, a new survey finds a majority of CEOs say they are concerned about a possible recession. The leaders of more than 1,400 small to mid-sized businesses participated in the survey by a CEO, coaching, and peer advisory organization. The survey found 96% of CEOs say that they worry a potential recession could affect their businesses, but more than half say that they still plan to add to their workforce. The survey points to the recent banking sector crisis as a reason for the uptick in recession fears. We know passports aren't enough to deter hackers, but when it comes to using your banking account app, how does your bank know that it's really you? A report by the Wall Street Journal is shining light on how some major banking institutions protect their members. It says that some banks use a lot of software to make sure that you are who you say you are. According to the report, they look at the time that you're logging in, the IP address of the device, the location, if a link was used to open the app, and the mobile carriers. There's a lot that goes into this. If anything seems off from your usual behavior, your bank might become suspicious and require additional steps to verify your identity. Deliveries are a way of life for so many of us. From food to packages, it seems like someone is always at the door. Stacey Bell is here with a tech solution to make sure that you always know who was on the other side.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
I want to show you something we just installed, and it's so easy and so affordable. This new Kangaroo doorbell cam. It's a doorbell camera and a motion detector all in one. You've probably seen the fancy, expensive ones, the signs all over your neighborhood. Well, this one is a fraction of the price, and it does the same thing. When someone approaches your door, maybe they're delivering a package, or maybe it's someone coming to visit, this is going to capture a still picture of them, and you can see it on the app on your phone. The same thing. If someone rings the bell, you can see who it is on the app on the phone. Not to mention keeping your family safe. There's so much going on in the world today. One of the statistics I found interesting was that a home burglary happens once every 25 seconds in the United States. And then on top of that, they're in and out of your home in 12 minutes. It takes no time. With this, you can see exactly what's going on. And with the price that we're offering, you can get multiples. You know, we put this at the back door. You could do it front, back door, side door. It might even be a good idea to have one inside your home so that if you're away, you can see what's going on inside your home. You can really never have too much protection for your home. And this is going to give you that at such an affordable price. Right now, we're offering the Kangaroo doorbell cam for 43% off. That's less than $20 to make sure your home is safe. If you could put a price tag on safety, that could be it. Head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Mayor Scott will deliver his State of the City address as crime is out of control. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear from frustrated Baltimore residents.
In the last hour, police identified that 12-year-old victim who was shot over the weekend. We'll tell you about the latest in their investigation just ahead.
Our temperatures are cooler, and we're dealing with wind as well. We'll break down exactly what we can expect for your brand new work week. This is Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Happening now at the bottom of your screen right there, we are taking you to a live look of Boston, where they will be shortly running the 127th annual Boston Marathon on the 10th anniversary. It looks like that one might have froze right there. This is the 10th anniversary of the bombing. In a few minutes, Tom Rogers will have further details from the Live Center about the marathon.
And then look at that, top right of your screen. Let's take that one. The Federal Aviation Administration approved a license to launch for SpaceX Starship rocket, and there it goes. Wow.
Well,
look at that
video.
Yeah.
Of the old, that's not
so
right
this is,
now.
I was going to say, because they said there was going to be a 2.5-hour window for it to launch, and then if that didn't work, then they could use the days to follow as a backup. But because it said live, I just assumed that.
Yeah.
So, but that is
20
video, and
minutes
that's
they
going to
say
happen
right now is what I think. Yeah.
Pretty cool stuff. A lot happening here this morning.
Well, welcome back to all of you on this Monday, April 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us. You're excited.
Well, I'm excited because we have a Jeopardy contestant in our studio. studio.
Yes.
Like someone who's been on the show and he's from Baltimore.
You want to know all the behind the scenes stuff. I know you do.
We're going to talk to him coming up in a few minutes from right now. I know we're all Jeopardy fans. You guys have been on Jeopardy. Right?
We just ask the questions,
But
though.
you're still on Jeopardy. That's so cool.
Technically.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was a cool experience.
All right. Looking outside right now, our live cam here, downtown Baltimore. We are seeing that sun that is trying to break up some of that cloud cover. And with that wind that will continue over the next couple of hours, we'll continue to move some of those clouds out of here as well. So after our mild Monday morning, breezy and cooler for the afternoon, we are staying dry for this week. So out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, not getting into any rainfall, but we are talking about 50s and 60s for your jogging cast in terms of your temperatures. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now.
Going to our Lynn Stoller traffic network, we're seeing an accident in Hellthorpe. It's 95 northbound and 695 now. It has been moved over to the left shoulder, so hopefully that helps that situation. And emergency utility work that's going on in Towson on York Road northbound. The right lane there is being blocked, and as a result, you see the reds and the yellows on the map. And you've got some volume just picking up out there in some other areas, not necessarily accidents. So give yourself a few extra minutes if you have to head out anytime soon.
We begin in a city in crisis now, and yet another violent weekend in Baltimore.
4 people were shot, leaving a 12-year-old dead and 2 other minors injured.
The violence comes as the mayor prepares to give his State of the City address tonight, where he is expected to recognize his department's accomplishments so far. But critics say the mayor could be doing more.
We have live team coverage of a city in crisis. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will join us live with more details on the death of that 12-year-old and how neighbors are describing the scene.
But we begin with Olivia Dance this morning. She's joining us live with a preview of the mayor's State of the City address tonight. Olivia.
Yeah, Mayor Scott's State of the City address is happening at 7:30 this evening, and while we expect him to highlight the accomplishments of his administration, many residents we spoke to are feeling hopeless with the current state of Baltimore. Take a listen to their concerns.
Got kids killing kids out here like they fighting in a war.
Nothing in this city is being accomplished. It's falling apart.
For one, it's more guns on the street than it is police.
They're cutting programs, they're cutting funding, and then they expect us to come back out here in society and win.
As you just heard, residents have many concerns about the state of the city, from the violence to the leadership of Baltimore. Fox 45 News asked residents who they blame for the problems, and some said the leaders, while others blame parents. The mayor's State of the City address will take place at the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center, and the city council members will also be there. Of course, it'll be interesting to see if Mayor Scott addresses any of these residents' concerns, and you can get the latest updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Think about how you would feel if this was your 12-year-old son or your little cousin or your brother. This is something that nobody should experience.
This month, Baltimore City has seen a murder each day, 17 total homicides. And over the weekend, yet another young person falling victim to the gun violence. We have Taylor Stewart joining us live with the very latest on the 12-year-old that was shot and killed over the weekend. Taylor.
Well, Meg, police just identified that 12-year-old as Jalen Richards in the last hour here. They say he is the 12-year-old who was shot and killed Saturday evening. He is amongst the youngest victim possibly in the city this year so far. Now, police are still trying to piece together what exactly happened in Mosiel Court and Collins Ferry Road Saturday after 9 o'clock. Now, we do know they've not identified a shooter at this point, but they said based on the shell casings, it looks like the shooter may have used an assault rifle in this deadly attack. Now, we have just come off the heels of that curfew announcement from Mayor Brandon Scott, which will mandate anyone under 17 be inside past 10 o'clock starting Memorial Day weekend. So we spoke to a law enforcement expert about this. He says it's not clear whether this curfew could have saved his life, but those parameters could have made sure he was in the not in the wrong place at the wrong time.
This horrific number of young people who are being hurt, shot, harmed in the city. A young person shot down with a semi-automatic machine gun. I mean, this is craziness. It's a message to parents that there is a curfew, and many parents will enforce that curfew themselves once they know it's in place. So you're taking young people who may not have been involved in crime or actions out of harm's way, because now the parents are aware that there is an issue and that there is a need for the child to be in the house.
Now, at this point, there has been an outpouring of support for Jalen Richards' family as they go through this difficult loss of their 12-year-old son. But he is just one of at least 3 homicide victims this weekend that are under the age of 18. And our next half hour, we're going to tell you about the triple shooting that happened just overnight. But that's just ahead. For now, we're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Taylor. Congress returns this week after a 2-week recess.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, they're back to work, but today they're having an important hearing. But that hearing not in Washington, which is unusual. So tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, good morning. This is not something that you see every day. So very unusual here. The hearing is being held in Lower Manhattan, and this field hearing has the title Victims of Violent Crime in Manhattan, and it's apparently intended to suggest that Alvin Bragg, he's the DA for Manhattan who was in charge of the investigation into Donald Trump there, has placed prosecuting former President Donald Trump over addressing violent crimes in his own city. Now, the Republican-led Judiciary Committee will be looking into Bragg's policies that critics say are pro-crime and anti-victim, and how those crimes have made the city more dangerous under Bragg's leadership. Now, Democrats are calling this hearing in Manhattan political theater. They're planning to use the hearing as an opportunity to highlight Republicans' stance on access to guns. Republicans are arguing that the entire prosecution of Trump by Bragg's office is politically motivated.
Kayla, switching gears to the latest on the classified document leak. We know the G7 summit is underway in Japan. That meeting could give us an idea of the impacts that the leak could have on our allies. What are you hearing?
Well, the summit kicked off on Sunday, and U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is meeting with his counterparts in Japan. The recent leak of classified U.S. documents online showed America was spying on some of its closest allies. This meeting will likely give a better idea of how the leak itself and revelations from this leak are impacting America's relationships with foreign nations. On Saturday, Blinken saying he heard no concerns from allies about the leaks, but they will likely still loom over the meeting, an elephant in the room unless it's addressed. We're also learning that the leaks included Pentagon assessments regarding Taiwan and an impossible invasion of Taiwan by China. The documents did contain some troubling details about Taiwan's ability to defend itself against a Chinese attack. Specifically, the country's air defenses are drawing concern. According to the assessments, Taiwan officials doubt they can accurately detect missile launches from China, and this would give, in a theoretical war scenario, China quick control over the skies. Megan, Patrice.
All very interesting. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins live from Washington. Thanks so much. Well, happening right now, the 127th running of the Boston Marathon.
We have Tom Rogers in our live center now with why this year's race brings back some mixed emotions. Tom.
Yeah, it really does. And the theme again, Boston strong. 10 years after that horrific bombing at the finish line for the marathon, more supporters have come out each year. Even in the rain and the fog, as you're taking a live look from our Earth camera right here from Boston, where they'll be running through these kinds of conditions. Yeah, yuck. But many are looking forward to the running as spectators and city leaders say that the hate will not stop Americans from coming together to celebrate the health and the running. Message has been Boston strong in the 10 years after the 2 brothers were found guilty of setting off 2 pressure cookers at the finish line in 2013, killing 3 and injuring hundreds more. 256 others were injured, to be exact, before killing that MIT officer during the manhunt. One of the brothers dead, the other serving a life sentence for his role. Now, the men in the women's wheelchair divisions, they have just taken off, and without the cameras showing there, they're giving you a time lapse of what's coming up here. You can see that on our smartboard screen right here. You see they just took off. Women's wheelchair has not set yet. There may be a delay because it's 9:10. Men's open starts at 9:37, then 9:47. Women will take off from that. So in less than just a few minutes, they will be lining up and then traveling that 26 miles throughout the streets of Boston for the 127th time. The average marathoner will be crossing the finish line in Boston 3 hours and 54 minutes. But That's right. We got to talk about the fastest. Some of them, like the super runner from Kenya, who is going to be starting this year, may finish in just over 2 hours. He's hoping to try and cross that 2-hour mark. That would just be incredible. That's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
Wow. All
That's
right,
unbelievable.
Tom. Thank you. Another act of juvenile crime in Baltimore City. In our next half hour, the latest updates about a recent triple shooting that's under investigation.
Plus, carjackings continue to be an issue nationwide and in our area. What Baltimore County police officers are doing to address the problem. 9:12, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Oh, having a good time in here. Jeopardy fans, tonight is going to be special because one of the contestants, ta-da, is a hometown native.
That's right. Joining us now, Daniel Cherokee, to tell us more about his episode from Columbia, but you live in Baltimore now, and you watch the show right here on Fox 45.
That's right. Yeah, that's how I prepared best, I guess.
Okay, so I know you can't tell us the outcome, but we want to know all the behind-the-scenes stuff anyway. So how did you even get on the show? Like, do you apply? Is there a long wait before they say, yes, you're up? I mean, what's that process?
Well, they have the Jeopardy Anytime test, which is on their website, and you don't have a lot of time to answer questions. They give you, I think, about 50 of them. And if you did well enough, they contact you again, and they have you take a second round of the test. That one is proctored. Okay. So there's literally eyes on you as you're doing this one. You only have something like 8 seconds to answer each question anyway. So yeah, like it's pretty daunting.
When you say proctored, like, are you in a room here in Baltimore, or is it like online and they're watching you like take the test?
This was online. They were watching me via Zoom doing all of that. And then the third round, they had like this kind of mock game. They pulled like 9 of us contestants in a Zoom room together, and we just kind of navigated the board. We interviewed with the producers and just get people to know a little bit about ourselves.
And then, so what was that like when you got the call and say, hey, you're on, we're going to have you on the show?
I don't think any of it has registered at all at this point, like even like right now. So I think just, I don't know, in some ways it all just feels like one long fever dream. Yeah. But I remember just getting that call and be like, okay, this is the next thing that happens. This is happening. Wow. All right then. Okay. Okay. I guess I'm going to LA, and then just one thing after another.
Yeah. And so you have to clear your schedule. You have to get out to LA. What was it like walking on the Alex Trebek stage in LA?
It was an honor, and it was surreal, really. Like, I mean, just everything looked, they say to kind of lower your expectations, like between like how TV is made and like what you see on TV. Yeah. But even just being on there, it was just like, okay, everything meets the expectations. Yeah. Like everything just looks so, just so sleek and official and just like a dream, really.
So obviously you're pretty intelligent. You know a lot because you were able to get through all those rounds, in split seconds. So what is it then like when you're on the stage, you're in the place, they're taping, like does your mind go blank? You're like, oh my gosh, everything I thought I knew, I don't know right this second.
Absolutely. All of that, just undermining your own confidence and preparation at that point, just like everything is so real right then and there. So yeah, I definitely can say that I probably didn't have the amount of brain cells firing on all cylinders that I'd like to. Right. But I did what I did.
That was a cool picture of you and Ken we were just showing.
And I saw that too. We had some info up. You're having a watch party tonight for folks to watch right here. Of course, Jeopardy every weeknight right here on Fox 45 at 7 o'clock. But the watch party, do you want people to come out and join you?
Yeah, Peabody Heights Brewery. I want just the community to come out, say hey, and watch some trivia and just let that excitement happen.
Are you on like a trivia team? Like, is that how you like? Are you just a big trivia nerd?
Yes.
Or, okay, so
I absolutely am. Yeah.
So then you're already that, but then how much more studying did you have to do when they told you you're going to be on the show?
In a lot of ways, sometimes the weekly trivia games I play are even harder than Jeopardy. Wow. Like just more about like the context clues and everything that they give in whatever. Okay. But yeah, I had to do a lot of studying. Just watching the show in general, that's the best way to prepare. Yeah. And I just tried to always have some documentary on about whatever historical event I could possibly, absorb at that point.
Whenever the Shakespeare questions come on, I'm always like, I'm not going to get any of these right.
So are we going to go? We might have to get the whole morning crew. Are we going to go and try and do the Jeopardy Anytime quiz?
Why not?
Online?
Yeah,
totally practice one. They have a practice test.
Let's do the.
I would like to do that. Of course, Jeopardy airs weeknights right here on Fox 45. Our own friend from Baltimore is going to be on the show. Hopefully you do well. We know you know what happens, but you can't tell us, and so we're excited.
We'll all know tonight when we're watching at 7.
Right. Yeah. So thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
That was fun to hear about behind the scenes.
I'll take Daniel for 500.
Yes.
Go, Daniel. Can't wait to watch tonight.
And we are expecting a minimum of 48 hours in order to
SpaceX has just seconds ago called its launch attempt off. You've got a live look out there right now. We saw a couple of attempts. They did some practice rounds earlier this morning, but it is now official word not going to happen. In 2021, we know SpaceX won that $2.9 billion contract to build the rocket. It was expected to fly over parts of Florida and then circle the Earth before touching down off the coast of Hawaii. But as for today, it is scrubbed.
I don't understand if it's scrubbed. Why is they still counting down? Oh, there it is. It just stopped at 40.
Yeah. So they did it. And they did some test runs earlier. So we saw a couple of those. They did one at 9 o'clock. But it is officially not happening.
All right, so
today.
You know what that means?
What?
Sad trombone.
Hey, I'm wondering why too. Maybe there's a malfunction, but the weather is perfect. It looks like.
Just blame it on the weather. That's what everybody else does. Or the weather guy.
It looked great out there.
I know. I was having a grace yesterday. This guy walked up. He's like, "Oh, I thought it was going to rain, man. What the heck?" And I'm like, I didn't say it's going to rain today. I said it was going to rain yesterday. And it rained last night, which is what I said as well. So anyway, good morning to all of you. Happy Monday. Here we go. Monday, and more sunshine is out there right now, peeking through and looking out over Fed Hill this morning. That's good. We're going to see more of that sunshine. Now, look, boaters and watermen, I want you to know there is a small craft advisory that goes all the way through the afternoon and through the evening tonight. So just be aware. It's going to be windy and choppy out on the water. We're already seeing that wind kick up. We're going to see 1 to 2 foot waves. So just be aware of that on your captain's cast. Same thing with pilots. If you're you're going to try to fly today, just know you got a strong crosswind component. We're talking about mainly westerly winds. 18 to 25 miles an hour is what we're seeing right now. And as we take you into your future scan, showing you what's going on through the afternoon, we're talking about 20 to 25 mile an hour wind gusts, mainly from the south and the southwest. And then tomorrow, more of that westerly wind is still going to be with us here as we take you into Tuesday afternoon. So we've got some breezy to windy conditions for the next few days and temperatures that will definitely be cooler than what we saw over the weekend. Dealing with snow in Chicago with that area of low pressure back through Minneapolis up into parts of Wisconsin. Winter is definitely making a little rebirth there, or a return. But that cold front has moved through the area and it's moving out toward the south and to the east. And that is why we're seeing the wind back behind that. So breezy and cooler for the afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s. And some of us will try to get to the lower 70s, but definitely you'll feel that cooler air today. And that's going to continue through tomorrow. 71 on Wednesday, and we're back to the 80s for Thursday and Friday. Yeah, we're excited about that with more of that rain coming in for the upcoming weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. The Orioles have rattled off 6 of their last 10, and the wins don't stop in Chicago. Still to come, the reaction from O's manager Brandon Hyde on the series against the White Sox.
And don't storm off, because it's never a bad time to learn more about weather emergencies. After the break, a Red Cross expert is sharing more on how we can be better prepared when tornadoes and other disasters strike. 9:22, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Nearly 50 tornadoes, some of them fatal, moved through the eastern United States, even here in Maryland just over a week ago. With severe storms rolling through the area, it is best to always be prepared just in case disaster strikes. And that's where you come into this. We have Red Cross DMV Senior Director of Disaster Programs, Nadine McCrindle, joining us with what we need to do and what we need to have prepared in case this happens. Thank you for coming in.
My pleasure. Thank you.
You're walking us through.
Yes.
We hear that we should have a box with things in it. You're going to tell us what those things should be.
Yes. So really, when it comes to the early stages of planning for disasters, you want to think about, if I suddenly didn't have all the things that I love around me, what would I like to have? And so the best place to start is with one of these beautiful big plastic totes or a backpack, depending on how many people you're preparing for, and just start to fill it with things like snacks and water and food that would really just kind of get you through the first 3 days after a disaster.
Things that are not going to go bad.
Things that are not going to go bad, and also to store it somewhere where you can grab it quickly and go.
That's a good point too, because I was thinking up in the attic, but that might not be the best place to go when a tornado is coming, number one, and not easy access either.
Exactly. Also, when you're choosing to prepare for tornadoes, think about where you will actually go and evacuate. So you want to store it there so that you're not trying to grab it, like you said, from the attic and then taking it down to the basement.
I see cash here, and that's something so huge that you don't always think about because credit cards might not be available.
Exactly. Think about things like you may not have power, you may not have water, you may not have gas. And so what are those things that you want to make sure that you've got around you so that you can just keeping on until things kind of get restored again.
Anything else unusual that we might not be thinking of that needs to go in here?
Batteries. Everything we do now is electronic. So things like batteries to keep your cell phone or iPad, those electronic devices stored, and also a battery-powered radio, because if you can't watch your TV and find out the latest in the weather report, then an old-fashioned battery-powered radio can keep you connected.
We're pulling up some other things to do just in case you have a tornado that is heading towards your area. Some great tips and advice. Thank you so much for coming in this morning. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And I noticed the gloves, too, for cleanup. That's another good one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Baltimore police investigating a triple shooting overnight, and once again, teenagers at the center of the gun violence. We'll tell you about the investigation just ahead on Good Day Baltimore. Baltimore County Police are seeing a major spike in auto theft so far this year. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what police are doing to try to stop this. You're watching Fox 45. Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning. Welcome back. It's Monday. It's 9:30. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers here this morning.
Well, happy that I went out and did a Superman walk and got some sun because it is now here, not the overcast conditions. We're going to see mostly sunny skies throughout the day today. You can see a few of those clouds still kind of hanging around from our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam. Temperatures are not too bad. Mid-50s here is what we're seeing for Westminster, Cockeysville, and Bel Air. Upper 50s in Chestertown. We're at 57 Stevensville, 58 your temp in Annapolis this hour. So overall, next couple of hours, numbers will continue to climb. Mid-60s through midday today, and we're on our way to the mid to upper 60s for the afternoon. Now, we're going to be cooler tomorrow. Wind is going to stay with us for the next 2 days. Wednesday, a little less wind and slightly warmer conditions on the way. And we'll take you through the rest of your work week forecast, not only your 7-day, but we'll do your 10-day later this hour, as well as what we can expect in terms of rain and when that returns. Back to you.
Now to a city in crisis. Teenagers are once again at the center of gun violence.
Police are investigating a triple shooting in Northeast Baltimore involving a 15, a 17, and an 18-year-old.
Taylor Stewart is live from downtown Baltimore. She's got more on the investigation. Taylor?
Now, this morning, we know that 2 of those victims that were involved in this shooting are in critical condition. Now, BPD has said they got a call around 9 o'clock yesterday over to Colvin Street. Now, when they got there, they found a gunshot victim, a man who was lying in a stolen car. He had a gunshot to his head. Now, just as they're investigating this area, a 15-year-old walks into the hospital to the ER. He has a shot from behind. An 18-year-old walks into the hospital as well with a shot to the chest. He, along with that first individual, are in serious condition this morning. But we spoke to a woman who was working nearby. She heard a barrage of bullets and then people running. Take a listen.
I heard boom, 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 and I was like, what was that? I still got goosebumps a little bit because it was so many shots.
Now, a quick look at the safety dashboard put up by the city. It shows that 49 arrests have been made for homicides this year. We just got an updated total from BPD as far as the homicides year to date. So this time last year in 2022, 98 homicides. Right now in 2023, 82 homicides. So the number is lower, but we're still seeing this violence continue to impact the youngest victims in the city. And that's what we'll continue to follow here on Fox 45. I'm Taylor Stewart. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Turning now to counties under pressure. Baltimore County Police seeing a major increase in auto theft so far this year, specifically among the Kia and Hyundai vehicles, as we've been reporting. In the first 3 months of 2023, 188 Hyundai and Kia brand cars were reported stolen in the county. Police say it's a problem that is happening all across the country. This morning, we have Olivia Dance. She's joining us live now with a closer look at the problem and also what county police are doing to stop it. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, that's right. Kia and Hyundai thefts have increased significantly this year, specifically models made between 2015 and 2021. Now, Baltimore County Police say it's because of a safety feature that's missing from those cars, making them easier to steal. And oftentimes, police are finding that it's juveniles who are committing these thefts.
For the Hyundais and Kias in particular, this is a juvenile issue. We see just constantly juveniles, 11, 12, 13-year-olds driving these cars, stealing these cars, and they get released and they go home and they do it again.
That was Sergeant Stephen Sunderland with the Baltimore County Police Auto Theft Task Force. He says they've seen a 933% increase in Hyundai thefts and a 433% increase in Kia thefts in 2023 compared to 2022. The task force is educating the public on the problem so that they're aware, as well as giving away free steering wheel locks to prevent cars from being stolen. So far, they've given out nearly 200 locks, but Sergeant Sunderland says the concerns go beyond just stolen cars.
This is a very big problem. And one of the other problems is with stolen cars in general is that cars get stolen and then are used in violent crimes.
So would you say in 2023 already you're seeing an increase in crime that you can attribute to the fact that there's an increase in auto theft?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen lookouts for all types of violent crimes, and it's Hyundai, Kia.
Now, both Kia and Hyundai are offering free software and technology upgrades for those models at risk of being stolen. Also, Baltimore County Police are hosting another steering wheel lock giveaway. That's coming up this Friday. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Today, the House Judiciary Committee is holding a congressional hearing in New York to talk about crime and, in particular, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg.
Tom Rogers is in our live center with what this means moving forward and the connection with the former president. Tom.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, this is the live look right now inside that New York council chamber as lawyers, defense, and prosecutors, they're testifying against New York City's top prosecutor, Alvin Bragg, House Judiciary Committee ranking member Jerry Nadler, and New York City Mayor Eric Adams and other violence prevention organizations. They were holding a news conference about the committee hearing that was happening today earlier. Bragg is prosecuting former President Trump for alleged business fraud related to hush money payments ahead of the 2016 election. A lot of people are saying this meeting is not about that. This hearing is examining how Bragg's pro-crime, anti-victim policies have led to an increase in violent crime and a dangerous community for New York City residents. We've heard that from other lawyers, too. New York City has seen an increase in crime in recent years, including before Bragg took office in 2022. But data from the New York Police Department, well, they're showing so far this year murder, rape, robbery, burglary, and shootings are all down from the same time a year ago. Felony assaults and grand larceny are up. And AmericanViolence.com, or their .org, I should say, put New York City's murder rate below other large U.S. cities, including Philadelphia, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, L.A. Now, Bragg is calling today's hearing a political stunt because of his decision to pursue the criminal case against former President Donald Trump. Among those expected to be testifying today against Bragg, New York City Council member and Democrat Robert Holden. He's calling on Bragg to be removed now from office. And we're taking you back here inside there where you're just hearing from different testimony here. Let me see if I can pull up the other shot that they have coming from the other perspective here, where you see the council chambers and you see Johnson and Nadler all sitting there waiting for it. So that's the latest from our live center. Of course, we'll update you on what happens here in this meeting.
All right, Tom, thank you. The countdown to the NFL draft is on, and many are still questioning if OBJ is enough to keep Lamar in town for the long term. Still ahead, how OBJ may entice him to stay in Baltimore. We'll see.
The ASA Run Fest is this weekend. It's going to be fun. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the Athletes Serving Athletes Run Fest.
It is so Baltimore. Athletes Serving Athletes is hosting its 15th Run Fest this weekend.
It is fun for the entire family, and everyone crosses the finish line. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live in Cockeysville with more. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. We've been hanging out with Julia all morning. So, Julia, talk to us. I think for people who don't know, I don't know why they wouldn't know. It's 15 years, but this is a big deal. We're expecting like over 1,000 people, right? Paint the picture for us.
This is a huge deal for us. If you come to Run Fest on Saturday up in Hunt Valley, you'll show up. We have packet pickup and registration. You can even register that morning on site with us. There's a 5K, a 1 mile, a kids fun run. We've got a family fun zone with food, activities for all the kids, free giveaways, popcorn, snowballs, orange crushes for the parents. And you'll come, you'll have a great day. You'll get to support our ASA Wingman program, which empowers athletes living with limited mobility to participate in mainstream running events. And you can come out, race with us, have a great day.
Julie, great job. So exciting, a great time. Come on out, support this great event, and have fun with the family.
And we've been seeing the pictures all morning, and everybody looks so excited. So good times. Thank you, Mark.
We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. A drop in temperatures to begin this work week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when to expect our next warm-up.
Plus, as temperatures get warmer outside, it's important that you're in the best shape so you can get outside and participate in some outdoor activities. After the break, we've got easy workouts that'll help you get prepared. Teddy is here.
He's running into the shots.
9:42. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:45. It is almost time to celebrate the Earth this Saturday for Earth Day. And if you want to be in the best shape for any and all of your outdoor adventures, National Lead Trainer with Planet Fitness, Teddy Savage, is getting us prepared. Look at this, the great outdoors.
Love it, right? It looks like my house because I live in a wooded area, Patrice, and trees are beautiful, especially when, like JC said, the sun is shining.
Yes.
So I want you to go on a journey with me, right?
Okay, let's go.
As Earth Day starts, we're going to take a walk with the family. So we're walking, right? We're driving, we're strolling, and now we see some cherry blossoms.
Okay.
And then we see some wildflowers. So I want you to reach up and grab a cherry blossom, and reset, then reach up to the opposite side and grab another one, and now go down and grab a wildflower, and do the same thing to the opposite side. Let's make that one movement. 1, 2, yeah, 3, and 4. One more time, Patrice. And this is a really good side body stretch.
No, I'm going down too fast.
Because she wants the wildflower. She wants it all. And the beautiful part about a dynamic movement, such as a side twist like that, is you're getting blood flow to the lubricating joints as well as your muscles. But now, I want you to go on a hike. Now we're going on a hike, so the elevation changes. I really want to engage my hip flexors. So I'm going to do a reverse lunge. You can do a step back into a knee drive.
Oh, into a knee drive.
Yeah, so come on down with me. Knee drive. Reverse lunge is a great balance, instability movement, but we're also focusing on that lower body strength.
Try that with some heels on.
I know it. So bonus points to Patrice because she's doing it in heels, and that's another way to show no matter what you have on, just get your body moving.
Right.
And for Earth Day, as you're going up those elevations, really stretch out your hip flexors. But when you are going on any type of trek, the terrain may be a little unstable. So we got to make sure our ankles are ready for that, right? So we're going to do a single leg hip hinge to an overhead reach. Follow me with this one, Patrice. So keep your right leg down. Take your left toe and put it behind you, such as this. And I want you to act like your hip is a fulcrum to a seesaw. Hinge over, now come back up and reach for the sky.
Oh, this is an advanced move.
That's right.
Let me take my shoes off for this one.
See, she's getting into it.
Is that not an advanced move? Because you have to, that's your all core engaged right there.
All core engagement and time under tension on the lower body muscle. And this is good because as we work out in the gym, right, I want you to understand it is for quality of life outside of the gym. Now, this next one, I got to go down to the ground. So you stay right there. This next one is mountain climbers. And we all have mountains in life.
I'm happy to skip this one.
And on Earth Day, what I want you to do is get your hands right underneath of your shoulders and then drive that knee towards your chest, really engaging your abdominal muscles, keeping a nice neutral spine. This is really good for core engagement. And if you want to go a little faster, you can also get that cardiorespiratory effect as well.
They're wrapping us. They're taking some pity on me. They don't want me to do anymore. Thank you for that. All right, Teddy, thank you.
Thank you so much. Happy Earth Day, guys.
Well, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and look at what the forecast is going to be for Earth Day.
And good conditions outside next couple of days. Cooler temperatures. We don't have to have that excuse of, oh, yeah, it's too warm or too hot out there, because we're going to see numbers into the 60s, breezy to windy conditions. And on Earth Day this weekend, could see a couple of showers here and there, but overall, our temperatures are going to be up there. I know Teddy's excited about those 80s coming back a little bit later this week, but overall, looking pretty good right now over the Inner Harbor. The sun has finally broken out. Our temperature right at 57 degrees. West-northwest wind about 11 to 15 miles an hour. We'll continue to see that wind stay with us today. In fact, we've seen gusts here in the last hour or so about the 18 to 25 mile an hour range, and continuing to see more of that wind throughout the later part of the afternoon. Mainly a southwest wind here at about 20 to 25 to 30 miles an hour. Still a breezy and windy day on Tuesday with more of a westerly wind, and that's going to turn to be northwesterly as we head toward the later part of the afternoon on Tuesday. But it's going to feel colder than that because those numbers are also dropping in terms of our temperatures. This is all in the wake of that large cold front that made its way through early this morning. That's pushing off toward the east. Meanwhile, folks in Chicago and the upper Midwest dealing with snow showers in the Great Lakes region. So golfers today, if you do want to get out there and swing the club around, just know it's going to be at least a 1, if not a 2 club win you'll have to account for with that breeze and the windy conditions later. Mid to upper 60s across the board for our high temps. These are a lot closer to average for this time of year, not only here at home, but up and down the 95 corridor for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. today. Here's a look at our future scan. Could pick up a few pop-up showers, western Maryland and the mountains late this afternoon and early tomorrow morning. Maybe even a few flakes flying there as well. And then as we head toward tomorrow afternoon, all that moisture moves out of here and that nice ridge of high pressure settles in. Shout out to Kelly Martin in Dundalk. Look at this cute puppy. Speaking of Teddy, that's Teddy the puppy. Not Teddy the workout guy, but Teddy the puppy right there. And Teddy is definitely an O's fan. Thank you, Kelly, for sending that picture in from Dundalk. I love it. We love to get your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. 69 today, mid-60s tomorrow, lower 70s Wednesday. Then those 80s come back toward the end of the week. And as I mentioned, next chance for rain comes for the weekend.
Well, in honor of Teddy there, Justin, that cute little puppy, we've got a sports update for you. The Orioles wrapping up their series in Chicago with a win. The Birds starting off with a slower start, trailing 4-0, but that quickly changed. Cedric Mullins had 3 hits, 4 RBIs, including a tiebreaker single in Baltimore's 3-run 8th inning there. Gunnar Henderson with 2 hits and scored 3 times. The Birds went on to beat the White Sox 8-4.
Yeah, I think the guy finished second to Cy Young. It's a 4-0 game. It's 30 degrees outside, it felt like. And we chipped away. We did a great job of putting 8 zeros up after that first inning. And, you know, we took really good at bats throughout the game and got him out of the game in the 6th.
They're going to head to D.C. tomorrow to face the Washington Nationals. First pitch, 7:05.
And speaking of the O's, look at this. We love to see how you're celebrating game days. Anthony shared this picture of Montana saying, my little buddy is all ready for the Orioles game. And then we've got Blake. Asia sent us this picture saying that Blake experienced his first baseball game, and he's all smiles. Well, from the diamond to the gridiron, the NFL draft is right around the corner, and of course that big question still remaining: will Lamar Jackson play another season as a Raven? Now, the draft's coming up on April 27th, and many are now looking into whether or not the new 1,000-yard receiver Odell Beckham Jr. could entice Jackson. The Ravens are hoping so, but they still have had 0 contact with Lamar this month.
Meanwhile, the deal is signed, and Odell Beckham Jr. is a Baltimore Raven. The 3-time Pro Bowler was officially introduced last Thursday in Owings Mills and was asked a handful of questions relating to Lamar. OBJ did have a message for Jackson.
Lamar, I know if you're watching, I would love to get to work with you. I'll talk to these guys over here, and hopefully that gets done. I think when you think about the Ravens, you definitely think about Lamar, and I know that that's something. I was excited about that possibility, and life's not certain.
Well, this is what the Ravens wide receivers room is looking like right now. You've got Odell Beckham Jr., you've got Rashad Bateman, who's coming off the foot surgery, Nelson Aguilar, Devin Duvernay, Tylan Wallace, and James Proche.
A cooler start to the week after a warmer weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how long the cooler temperatures will last before our next warm-up. That's all coming up in his 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time.
I should just buy a plane, just like Jonathan buys boats, right?
That's his right there.
Is that
historical.
really?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that was on the market.
He went historic.
Man, good for Jonathan. That's awesome. I got to work with the other Jonathan Myers over the weekend. He is a treat. I really like that other Jonathan Myers.
What are you saying about the first Jonathan Myers?
You know exactly what I'm saying. 69 today. We're in the mid-60s tomorrow, lower 70s Wednesday, then 80s, guys, later this week.
Yay.
As we head toward the weekend, we are tracking a little bit more rain. Sorry for the weekend.
Jonathan wouldn't give us rain.
No, Jonathan. Oh, whatever. Yeah, there's another
Either one of them. Either one of them.
Look, I go away for a week.
There's another Jonathan Myers that works here, which is crazy that they have the same name.
I will go introduce myself today.
Yeah. All right.
We'll see you tomorrow.
He's night side.
No, I won't go. I will never meet him at all.